And we're back to another day of Rogue Trader. Janice is done. Falstone is done. Dragonis is done. I guess I should have gone for this one, 'cause then I could have done the rest of this. Maybe I just go and get my explorators up a little bit and just get that done with. probably just wait until I come back from Act 3, because I don't want to commit any trade resources that I don't need to use. I guess I'll go do the quest for I'll finish up the last of the stuff for Jay. Shireen, if you find a spare minute on footfall when you're not deciding our lackluster fates, I would be delighted to see you at my America in the Amassacus. I'll tell Octi to set aside some decent wine in case you decide to grace our humble party with your luminous presence. It would be my pleasure to attend your party.
Venture forth.
Did I ever talk to this guy? No.
Onward to victory.
You easily spot Jay and the group crowded around the table, the extravagant luxury of her attire, and her gleaming augment set her apart from the rest. Seeing you, she exclaims, "May the gravitational wells on your worlds never lack for grip, just as my heart never lacks for joy at the sight of the rogue trader Von Valencius." Uh, Taviana, with an approving chuckle, mutters, "I can't believe you actually wrote the rogue trader in coming to your party." Rogue trader raises a toast to your health. I'll start believing you really are a princess and not just a smuggler with the gift of gab. Please take a seat, your lordship. Sure. Yeah, we'll just... Wait, so I can rejoin? Sure. Okay, I failed. Alright. That's no money for me today. No, I think we call it there because I don't want to
Stay sharp.
screw up any of my other stuff going on. That would be bad.
Marching ahead.
Okay, so the gate's been removed.
Another battle demands our attention.
Right. I forgot that they just shoot immediately. I kind of wish there was an option for diplomacy, especially because it's like, you know, you send out supplies and stuff with the iconoclast option. It's like something. But, well. Why the hell do I have Idira? Whatever. It's fine, I guess.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. If I may?
I know what to do. I said, so done. Let's set this in motion. None shall stand before me.
I am
And
a
now, because
navigator.
Cassia is the most broken character in this game, it's gonna kill like 8 enemies at once.
If only that were possible. I'll show you why navigators are feared.
Let's see this through. That was easy.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Fortune smiles on us, an ill omen.
Now that's interesting.
You hear the sound of falling objects from behind the thick sheet of metal, followed by angry hissing. Quiet! I said quiet before someone finds us! I found you already. Open up. A cry of terror rings out from behind the barricade. No! Never! We're not let anyone in! Please, have mercy! Don't kill us! We're not infected, I swear! It's them! They're to blame! It's them! Pleading is cut short by a violent, wheezing cough. Who are they? Who is to blame? We'll tell you everything, just please spare our lives. We know where the disease came from. We do, we know. Another coughing fit interrupts the woman's words. It's them, those damn mutants. They have a hideout somewhere under our block. We used to see them skulking in the shadows all the time. The two families who died first, they had dealings with them, traded something, and they caught some mutant blight. I know they did. Those mutants are very tough. They're always sick with something, but they don't die of it. But ordinary people definitely do. We got lucky though, we're alive, we're getting by. The disease couldn't claim us. I will verify your claim about the mutants. We're not lying. Look for their entrance. It has to be close by.
Venture forth. Forge ahead. Never linger. My actions speak louder than words.
How can there be a mine on a space station?
Stay sharp.
Yep, that sure does look like a whole bunch of mutants.
Challenging me was a mistake. Show them no mercy.
So just want to make sure I'm still on... Yeah, okay. Maybe I should up the difficulty at some point here, because I feel like I'm... No, I think it's just because it's like... This stuff is meant to be done like, right at the beginning of Act 2. It's like I say that and then I'll get wiped out in my first fight against,
Isn't this a job for the serfs? Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
won't expect this. I know what to do. That is how it's done. No foe too great.
Emperor, give me strength. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
I will leave footprints of scarlet as honor ordains. The shadows will see it done. As the tenets demand. Trust me.
Oh,
As honor ordains.
that's annoying.
Come, the other side awaits.
Easy. A costly mistake. I know what to do. I define the outcome. As said, so done.
So if I use this,
They won't expect this.
what is the each time their abilities affect an ally? Yeah, I mean, it is working.
Easy.
So does that then give like another 5? Yeah?
I
Interesting.
will not die in dishonor.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. Indeed, I took care of this one. At your beck and call. It will be done.
That is how it's done.
Those two, that one. Oh.
Advancing. My vow is to serve. The scriptural prognosis is favorable. Request approved.
If I may.
Let not the righteous fear. May their blades be sharp.
I know what to do. That's how it's done.
Brace yourself, Abelard.
patience has failed me.
Let's see this through.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
Onward to victory. Venture forth.
Operation successful.
Let's seize the moment.
The foreman of Utility Crew 3 is whistling some jaunty tune. The source of the disease was a pack of mutants. They've been exterminated. A few survivors remain within the perimeter, but they pose no threat. Of course they don't, your lordship. No threat whatsoever. He nods enthusiastically. Mutants, is it? Funny thing about mutants, you keep burning them and they just keep popping up. Well, thank you kindly for the help and the details. Footfall won't forget it. Me and the lads will drop by their lair and clean up, make sure there's no disease left.
Marching ahead. Nothing can catch me off guard.
So, can I go back down here and tell these guys that everything should be good? Or are they just gonna, like, die or something? Okay, well, I guess there's...
Stay sharp.
I did get that other, like, the weird little rumor thing, so I think... I know I've done it before. Where is the...
Onward to victory.
No, okay, so I need to go to the... There's like a statue or something. With a... There's like a cogitator nearby. Oh no, that's not over here. That's in the other...
Forge ahead.
God, this place is such a fucking maze. Is it the atrium, I think? Yeah, here we go. Over here. Yep, there it is. Pascal's respirator lets out a mournful hiss before he says grimly, "The right of operation has been repeatedly and blasphemously violated, requesting the identification and punishment of the deplorable acolyte entrusted with caring for the spirit of this machine." Try to repair the cogitator. After a series of creaks and groans, the cogitator's dusty screen lights up. On it are several lines of text, section headings. Praise the Omnissiah. The machine spirit of this cogitator is aggrieved but willing to serve. Accompanied by the cackling of a binaric prayer, Pascal's mechadendrites gently place a couple of keys lying on the floor or back in place. The screen flickers a few times before revealing to the world a text in Low Gothic in the name of the rogue trader of Footfall Station, conqueror of stars, builder of outposts, the noblest rogue trader, Parsimus Dwayne. And on behalf of all his descendants, I welcome you. This cogitator was installed on the order of the illustrious Parsimus, so that the needy may tap into the flow of his wisdom. Cast your eyes upon the list of sections and choose what you wish to know. Abelard's brow furrows. Parsimus Dwayne. I've never heard of such a rogue trader house. Lord Captain, Parsimus Dwayne, one of the Trail Expanse and this station's founder. I've read about his great deeds. Lord Dwayne was once a colonel of the Astra Militarum, but by his will later inherited a warrant. He accumulated enough power to gather a small fleet of loyal allies and venture out to conquer the Coronis Expanse. They say Footfall was meant to be his personal palace world, but the construction dragged on for decades, and Lord Parsimus eventually died of old age. His enemies instantly tore Footfall to pieces and turned it into the bastion of humanity we know today. One that is full of bandits, privateers, hustlers, and rogue traders. Pleased with herself, Cassia nods slightly to let everyone know that the lecture is over. About Footfall. So is this all just background knowledge?
Let's see this through.
So I believe now I can go to the dock. No? I could have sworn. Oh, the destroyed bridge. Which is... I think over by where the mutants were. Yeah, I think it's over by this thing, right? No?
Stay sharp.
Oh, fucking... Damn it, I'm so stupid. No, so it wasn't the... I think the cogitator is actually unrelated. The thing that I need is... the hell am I going? It's that other shrine that's like way off in the corner. is. You are on the right path, Seeker. Remember, the place, small quay, large windows. And then that's when we need to go to the dock. And it's over by the big window. Yeah, it's coming back to me now.
Let's see this through.
Hmm.
Forge ahead, never linger.
Is it not here? I thought it was somewhere on like one of these big columns.
Venture forth.
Hmm. Another place with big windows. Now, it has to be here somewhere,
Marching
doesn't
ahead.
it? The hell? Maybe I have to like reload the instance or something. Hey Gail, how's it going?
Let's see this through.
altar. Oh, I think this is to figure out the code for that other thing.
Onward to victory.
Hmm.
Venture forth.
Oh, that's annoying. Other than that, it's good. Hmm. Well, I guess I just won't do it.
Stay sharp.
Which is annoying, because, like, I'd like to be able to beat this quest. Well, I guess I just can't do it then. just need to check something. Okay, so I need that, that. Okay, and with that, now I should be able to complete this, which... Plus 10 tech use. Profit factor. Okay, good. Cargo. Okay. Now it's time to go deal with, Marzai. What the hell just happened? Why am I going into it? Lord Captain, emergency report. The augurs have detected several void ships slowly encircling us. A request for this pursuit to cease has been completely ignored, but an unmanned vessel has been dispatched in our direction, broadcasting only 2 words, Gift and Hidari. Hey, Exalted One, incinerates these void jackals. What does it mean? Jay's agitated voice comes to the Vox channel. Shireen, this whole thing stinks worse than a dead Grox. And it's also eerily similar to how Kazbalaykan agents operate. With your permission, I would like to see what kind of gift those tight-lipped Ashmags have sent me. Voxmaster patiently awaits your instructions, flipping switches and occasionally emitting crackling static from her integrated Vox system. What ships are they? A frigate and 4 raiders, Lord Captain. No identifying marks, so they're probably pirates, although the Augur Master reports that they are well coordinated, more so than your typical void rabble. I wish to contact the Pursuer's flagship. Apologies, Lord Captain. Our attempted calls to the unknown Pursuer's ships are being automatically relayed to the beacon on the pilotless vessel. I really don't want to risk any lives. I feel like it's just a bomb. It is done, Lord Captain. A shuttle carrying a retrieval team and bomb disposal specialist is already en route. Several tense hours go by, all the while Jay Hidari paces back and forth across the captain's bridge. But at the first shriek of the sirens announcing the shuttle's return, she rushes down to the lower decks. Cor, no! Jay's outburst blares from the comm bead, momentarily deafening you and a third of the officers in the bridge listening to the Vox channel. No, no, no. Why would the Exalted One do so kind-hearted a person to such a fate? What void beast has done this to you? The Voxcaster picks up a quiet sob, the whining screech of an augment, on the bulkhead panels, the crunching of metal fingers, and Jay cuts the Vox connection. Ahem. Lord Captain, the returning Voidborn report that the package for Jay Hidari was the head of a young man. Vigdis typed swiftly at the cogitator keys. According to our archives, he was a member of her trade network on Footfall. The deceased is Trickster Kor, one of the Trickster twins who engaged in suspect commercial activity on the station's asteroid with Mistress Hidari. We have finally been alerted to an incoming Vox transmission. My officers are standing by to connect you to the unidentified parties. Sure, let's see who it is. It will be done, Lord Captain. Toto the Vulture. A minute later, the Vox line crackles with static followed by a rough, drunken voice. I got nothing for this one. Well, I'll be. It's His Lordliness, Rogue Trader von Throndam Valencius. I humbly tug my forelock to you, my lud. What? We mean no offense. Our convoy is but a mark of respect for your holy self. You wouldn't have stopped to talk to us, would you, if we had hadn't given your officers a good scare, eh? Aware of my manners, I forgot to introduce myself. Toto the Vulture, at your most noble service. Right. I wonder if this Toto has also blessed the rains down in Africa by chance. Who you are makes no difference to me. Why are you pursuing my vessel? Escorting, your von Valanciusness. We were escorting you. I'm an envoy, you see. I to you with a special mission. A little bird told my boss that you've got rats on your ship. Well, we're the best rat catchers this side of the Maw, your trader ship. And we're ready to take the problem right off your hands. All you have to do is put Jay Hidari on a pod and send her straight to the coordinates we'll give you. My boss has been after her a while, and he's generous to those who help him. You're no vulture, Toto. You're the worst kind of Ashmag. A voice just as rough as Toto the Vulture's burst onto the Vox channel. Tell me, you son of a grox and a void jackal, who sent you? And the critter runs right into the trap. The Vulture chuckles hoarsely. I'm afraid I can't reveal his name. Threaten my retinue and you threaten me. So, the answer's no, then? Ah, that's probably for the best. Your lordliness, I make a bad negotiator, but a damn fine pirate. Before the Vox transmission cuts off, you hear a rasping shout. Falco says hello, Jay Hidari, and screw you! Gee, I wonder if it was Falco.
Secure our path to victory.
Alright. They only have 3 ships? Oh, this is going to be sad.
Let the enemy burn. Macro cannons volley. Torpedoes! Fire at will! Let's fire.
Now I can just... There we go. Goodbye.
My supremacy is proven once again.
Hmm. Alright, time to go deal with the Drukhari. The douchebags. Those annoying ass dark elves.
Forge ahead. Never linger. Let's seize the moment.
Trap?
Oh,
Or
oh, no, no,
treasure.
no, 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 no.
A job for me. I see what others do not.
At last. You took your time coming to meet me, monkey.
A couple of seconds pass before you realize that the elucidator is silent. The Xenos is addressing you in low Gothic.
Hold your foul tongue, abomination. Such filth will not use that tone with the Emperor's chosen.
Abelard is white with fury.
Why, I sent an invitation by way of the cattle that dwelt on this world. And the chosen has so obediently appeared. How are my words anything but the truth?
My, this beast can speak our language.
Speaking your language is slightly less trying for my patience than being forced to listen to a monkey machine butchering our tongue. Besides, I want you to understand well what I'm about to tell you. How is it that out of all of your kind, you're the only one to discover our feasts in advance? Usually you're all so slow and sluggish that my kin have always been enough time to leave the battlefield before aid arrives. But still, time and time again, your dogs have been there to stand in the Cabal's way.
He pauses, waiting for your
If
answer.
a Drukari took a shine to me, Shireen, I'd know to expect nothing good out of it. You are too popular, even with your enemies.
Aggravating, is it not, having someone best you at your own game?
Do not try my patience, monkey.
We're smarter than we look.
And that's it? Just an assertion that your kind are not as brainless as you appear to be? This answer does not satisfy me. I will tell you this, monkey. I know you might be lying to me, or you might even be unaware of who is guiding your hand. In any case, I have grown quite tired of your attempts to delay the inevitable. Surely you too have run yourself ragged, chasing us between the stars. Let us put an end to this. Finish this standoff. My forces against yours, once and for all. You wander among the stars, so you must know of this place. An ancient reach, where the echo of stellar agony rings still. A place that serves as a graveyard for old stars, still filled with residual emissions and glittering dust. The place that buried your wreck, stuffed full of delicious, frightened monkey, and the horrors that devoured them. The threshold of our domain. Your kind call it the Cinerus Maleficum. That is where our disputes will be settled. The Cabal of the Reaving Tempest will be waiting for you, monkey. Do not come unarmed.
Not so fast. I answered your questions. Now you answer mine. The Xenos lowers his head pensively, but what catches your attention is something else. A barely noticeable twitch of his finger in his armored gauntlet. He is signaling to someone standing behind you.
Very well. Amuse me.
How do you know Low Gothic?
An unfortunate necessity. Sometimes I'm forced to speak to the likes of you when the eloquence of the whip does not suffice.
Are you and your band the ones responsible for stealing the sun?
Stealing the sun? The Drakari are capable of that and much more, monkey. Gamora bathes in the light of 3 stars stolen by my kin. But if you think I had a hand in this or any other theft of suns, you are mistaken. I suppose I should not have expected anything compelling from a monkey. Your questions breed boredom. The conversation is over.
Conversations end when I say they do.
Oh, monkey. I do not play by your rules.
Time to eliminate some Xenos.
Dang it, I almost got the 3rd one. It's a shame. There's that. So there's 3 like hidden checks that you can meet there to basically piss him off. And if you get all 3, he literally just drops his facade and just charges you with his gun out and forcibly is teleported away by his superiors. It's amazing. I think you even get an achievement for it.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
As said, so done. I know what to do. Forward!
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I am your blade and shield. I shall not fail.
You call this a strike?
As honor ordains.
Not withstand my vengeance!
No. Death is a blessing.
Request approved. Running binaric override. The scriptural
I can taste my blood.
request approved. Running binaric override.
You are doomed!
I've suffered worse.
I know what to do. Didn't see that one coming, did you? For the dynasty.
Inflict the pain!
Easy. Let's set this in motion.
Woe to you! You will pay for this in blood!
Okay, now I'm really riled up.
I will do my job. It will be done. I'd rather not.
Stop hitting me, Ashmag. I can do that with the right incentive.
My vow is to serve.
How dare you! If I may,
Your desire condemns you.
you are doomed! In the name of House Orcelio, I shall prevail.
You're now
A costly mistake. I said, so done. I know what to do. That is how it's done. Easy.
Let's see, do I have a line of sight on you? Ah, so close.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I bring mercy and retribution, as the tenets demand.
You call this a strike? Woe to you! Disgrace!
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
to victory.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Alrighty. Alright, so let's see. More shields. That's pretty good. Minus 5% to their armor pen. I guess I can't do that one. I lose 1 efficiency. I get rep with the Casbalaika mission. And I get money. Hmm. The -2 efficiency kinda sucks. But that's a lot of free reputation. Where did I need to go? Okay, so over here. got more stuff to do with Key of the Gamma and upgrades. Part machine, and Necron creatures. Dare to force their will upon the rogue trader. That one I don't think really does anything. Yeah, I think it's just Heinrichs. Execution of the poorly understood Procedure 0C was forbidden in their efforts to root out its directives and remove the Magi from the chambers. The rogue trader's servants faced resistance, resulting in bloodshed and death. However, the Texorcists and of the Inquisition who arrived on the planet tempered the anger of the Omnissiah's servants by confirming the legitimacy of the Lord Captain's actions. Fantastic. Okay, that's all the thingies done. Past the reef. So if I only have a 20% chance, that is not good odds. Bridge, we have an unidentified object dead ahead. Not an asteroid, clearly artificial in nature. But it's larger than Footfall Station. Copy that. Report relayed to officer on duty and pilots. Expect visual soon. We have visual. What the... Look out, this is the Voxmaster. I'm adding the pilot Lists senior officers and the Lord Captain to this channel. His Lordship wishes to assume personal command. Lord Captain, we have requested intel on the object from the Augur Array Module, awaiting their response. Lord Captain on the line. No need to engage the Augurs. I know what it is. It's called a webway gate. Office, Van Calix here. What we see before us is a webway gate, an artifact that Xenos used to get their sorceress to their sorceress realm, so to speak. It allows the Eldari to get around the sector quickly and serves as a hideout for their most unpleasant tribe, the Drukhari, whom we've already met. Are they yet here? This gate is just like the one you saw in the Lathan. The children of Assyrian wander the void through such constructs erected in ancient times. Any ship that passes through such a portal will enter a tangle of paths fathomable to none but my kin. Is there an augur report? According to available data, the object consists of an unknown material foreign to the Imperium. We are registering an unknown class of energy profile. The engine seers are at a loss about how this technology works exactly. But they did specify that the energometry suggests that the system is holding an active charge. The object appears ready to do whatever it's designed to do. Enough mysteries. We're changing course now. Yes, Lord Captain. Maneuver engines, changing course. Urgent report from the engine seers on the auger deck. Detecting an energy spike of an unknown nature. Cogitator network overloaded. Peripheral systems offline. Confirming visual changes. The gate. What is that? Lord Captain, we are detecting activity near the object. Observations indicate that the signatures are very similar to ships. Lord Captain, Xenos ships. Battle stations. Lord Captain's orders. Prepare for maneuvering shields to max, engines to max. Fire on the enemy on my mark only. Wait, what is that? Lord Captain, alert. Another Xenos ship inbound, must be a boarding party. What? Where did it come from? It was hiding nearby. It closed in undetected while we were distracted by the construct. It's right by us. It's aiming for the engines module. Lord Captain, emergency. Confirming contact with the enemy ship in the engine area. Confirm.
Triumph awaits us.
Right. Just great.
Engage the lance batteries! Macro cannons, volley! Adjust heading. Purify the battlefield! Launch torps! Position locked in. Commence last fire!
I have
Secure on
missed
path
this
to
meeting.
victory. Let the enemy burn.
All
I
clear.
lift up my voice in
Congratulations,
prayer for
Lord
this
Captain.
vessel and its hollowed guns.
Adjust heading. Commence lance fire!
I stand ready to serve you and the Imperium, Lord Captain.
Helmsman, follow my command. Engage the lance batteries!
Fade into nothing.
I have missed this feeling.
Excellent.
Lord Captain, we have dealt with the void ships of these beasts, but a Xenos boarding party has landed on the ship. They are advancing steadily toward the plasma drive. The enforcers are being overrun. They are asking for reinforcements. If we do not help this filth will destroy our vessel from the inside.
Well, let's not keep the bitch waiting.
Let's see this through.
Unexpected result. Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
More monkey. Look, my kin, they can't wait to die. What's taking so long with the engine? The monkey are already here. Do not rush me, or we will perish alongside them.
You will make a fine trophy.
I will revel in your pain.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
They won't expect this. Let's set this in motion. Unpleasant. As said, so done.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Properly done.
death comes in silence. Caught by the web. As honor ordains, the shadows will see it done. Killing brings me no pleasure. Trust me.
My revenge will be delectable.
I shall not fail.
A tactically sound approach. At your beck and call.
You will
Indeed.
pay for this in blood.
Victory is imminent. At your beck and call.
You will not withstand my vengeance.
Just a minor setback. Oh, my ears are ringing.
I'll show you the real pain.
Easy. That is how it's done. High momentum.
Watch my back.
One step ahead. They won't expect this. Contemplate done and done.
Is here.
As said, so done.
I feel her foul breath. Let me educate you on the
Let's set this in motion.
I refuse to bow.
As said, so done. I know what to do.
Your last stroke of luck.
Explorers know one route. Forward. The order is contrary to dogmatic protocols. Request denied.
How is there no line of sight? Okay,
The
whatever.
Messiah knows all, comprehends all.
High momentum.
I'll paint your death in colors.
Activate calculated fury algorithm. My vow is to serve. Significant value.
Trust me. Let your soul be purged. The shadows will...
Follow my lead.
I defy you.
Let's see. And they are not in range.
You've got a problem, I've got a prize.
Ah, I fucked it up.
I can do that with the right incentive.
Advancing. The Omnissiah knows all. Vital functions successfully terminated.
The shadows reveal their secrets.
Took a second there. A man in an officer's uniform is kneeling and scrabbling around in the mess of blood and dirt on the floor. As soon as you draw nearer, you hear his feverish muttering, "No, no, no. Where is he? Where is my son?" The lower half of the officer's face is grimy with some strange substance, too pale and lumpy to be blood. The officer pays you no attention. His eyes are fixed on the floor. Wait, he's an operational officer from Deck 67-3, not from one of the local clans, which is why I remember him. He helped me bring up the new recruits from the planet. What is he doing here? Examine the officer's face. You take another step towards the man and peer into his face. Blue veins bulge under the scab-molted skin, and his bloodshot eyes are darting in every direction, sometimes rolling back into his head so that only the whites are visible. The strange stuff covering the officer's face is lumpy pink slime mixed with blood that is streaming from his disfigured face. You're injured. The officer slowly runs his hands over his face, shuddering as he touches his nose. Must have been the devils. They're fast. One of them jumped on my neck and sank its claws into my face, but just now, yes, that must have been what happened. The Emperor's valiant guards came to save my boy. I showed them where the swamp devils dragged Tacitus. I led them right here like they asked. I'll make short work of the nest of those beasts, and I'll keep looking for my boy in the meantime. Master, will you help me? The man's face contorts in a monstrous grimace, a mixture of pain, hope, and madness.
I'll be damned. If this officer has a son, perhaps he did once, but he embarked without any family in tow. He's cracked, the poor wretch.
Your son is not here. What? Man tries to stand up, but he slips and falls back to his knees. No, no. There's still hope. Tacitus can't have fallen into the devil's hands just like that. The guards will save him. They have to. Yeah, I mean, what's the worst? I'm sure everything's okay. The officer's gaze suddenly clears, and he seems to be aware of where he is. His bloodied face slowly stills in horror. Emperor, preserve us. Man sneezes, and the lower half of his face is coated anew in the slime streaming from his nose. The officer casts you a pleading look. What is this nightmarish scene? I was leading the Emperor's guards to the swamp devil's nest across the marshlands of my homeland. But instead of that, I was showing the way to them? He points at the corpses of the Xenos with a trembling hand. Hallucinations. A heretical mirage. The guards, they weren't very chatty. One of them called me something strange. Monkey? I think. And I heard them talking among themselves, something about seizing the ship. Don't let them through. Through to where? I don't know. Oh, it's coming over me again. Blow up the reactor bay, damage the engines, and then disembowel the helpless ship to your Uno's heart's content. Oh yes, that sounds just like my partners. It seems you were not in your right mind. I think you're right, your lordship. The reason has fled me. I can't hold out. Even now, I can see the marsh where Tacitus vanished just behind you. Man's face twists in a mask of pain and grief, and a powerful spasm racks his body. Whatever they did to him, Shireen, there's no way back for him now. If it were up to me, I would let him slip back into the illusion, where there is still a hope of finding Tacitus. Let him go at peace with himself, and not as a traitor. I think I hear your son calling you. What? Tacitus? The man laughs weakly, his eyes now fully clouded with madness. Tacitus, my boy, I'm coming. You bend over the body. Despite the numerous blood stains on his skin and clothes, the officer... What a way to go. Sees his son, immediately busts and dies. But it's just, why did he have to say it like that? Oh my god. Contact the Foxmaster. Take the body to the infirmary and try to identify the cause of his madness. My lord, this man appears to have bust himself to death.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
My pleasure.
Just as he ordained.
Stay sharp.
Poor bastard. Uh-oh. Hmm. I think my connection's freaking out. Does it still sound okay, or? Yeah, alright. Weird. I have an urgent message from Dargonis, Lord Captain. Our astropaths are receiving numerous transmissions, but no, these aren't ordinary messages. Each and every one is a plea for help. Dargonis is reporting a massive Xenos raid, and every mental image transmitted is wreathed in flame. The astropathic choir master is struggling to determine when exactly the invasion began, but all signs point to it happening shortly after your departure to the Cineris Maleficum. Any delay condemns the worlds to even greater suffering. Your people are begging for immediate aid. Well, let's go. Am I getting a loading screen? No, it's yearly yet. Okay. Why? Taking careful steps, almost without a sound, Juliet examines the study's interior, raising her brows in surprise and muttering something to herself in the Eldari tongue. Juliet, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. I had no idea this was your dwelling until I entered it. Eldari turns her emerald gaze on you. It seems she is completely unfazed by your sudden appearance. On my craft world, we all held a simple custom. You may set your foot wherever your path requires. Sacred ground was the only exception to this rule. Is there something sacred in this room, Alantok? I do not think so. I'm somewhat surprised, but I'm not opposed to such visits. You may come here anytime you like. Do I need permission to do so? But is your entire world contained within this tiny metal cage, Alantak? Your ship, these chambers, they are but a speck of dust. An island, a temporary shelter in a world that is far bigger and more expensive than, well, enough of that. Now that you are here, I wish to speak with you about our agreement. I have traveled through the Vale many times inside your steel-winged bird, and every time her voice torments me, trying to drive me mad. Iliette stares through you, unconsciously touching the spirit stone on her chest with a trembling hand. Her whispers fill my ear each time I enter the warp, inescapable and incessant, poisoning and inflaming every single emotion and thought, making them uncontrollable. I have learned to shut myself off as best I can, just so that I might have the chance to search for what I have lost. We have found everything we could, Alantak, and all of them were dead. Hopelessness and despair gleam in Yirliat's eyes, and her voice breaks treacherously. But the thread of fate is broken, and I no longer know how to help my people. I failed to save anyone, and I failed to learn the truth about Krudarok's demise. I have lost my way, and I thought you were the only person on this entire ship who might understand. I was not wrong to think so, was I? For a moment, a sad smile flickers on Yirliat's face, and her voice rings with agonizing doubt. No matter what, you tried to keep your promise, even if your species loves to stamp out any life form they find undesirable. Do not give up. You'll find what you're looking for. What is this, Alantak? Consolation? What do you... Liette's words are interrupted by a strange sound similar to a stifled sigh, her gaze trained upon something past you. Turning around, you see what has caught her attention, an odd, unsightly shard of porous material mounted on the wall like a trophy. An entire kaleidoscope of emotions plays across her face, changing too quickly to catch. She sighs once more, then her feelings are concealed behind an impenetrable, impersonal mask. What is this, monkey? Yirliat's voice sounds unusually cold. Examine the trophy on the wall. The strange shard has been here since at least the day of your ascension to Rogue Trader. Whatever it is, you cannot possibly guess at its provenance or purpose. I inherited this trophy from my predecessor. So that's it? You are proud of the victories and violence of your blood while being ignorant of their true nature? The usually verbose Yirliat now speaks in short, clipped sentences. Enough. I have lingered here too long. From now on, I will avoid entering places you would prefer to keep hidden from me. Lord Captain, we have visitors on the bridge seeking an audience. Your presence is required. Alrighty. Who? The fuck's going on? Your lordship, the high factotum bows low every few moments. Danrak brings a perfumed cloth to his face, but his expression remains obsequious.
Members of your crew have made a request to allow them to proclaim their most profound devotion to the Lord Captain personally. Young man.
He just slides forward without even walking. Impressive. A man in a worn uniform bows awkwardly.
Your Highness, gracious Lord Captain, please let me speak on behalf of the whole crew and everyone, and express our gratitude to you, officially, so to speak, the kind of leader you are, the way you treat people. It's now known to in every corner of the expanse, from Footfall to the poorest, dirtiest, stinkiest, ugliest, fattest, most unremarkable person on the planet. All praise your dedication to the human spirit and goodwill.
Everyone wants to serve under your command. There's no end to the volunteers. So the other day we were cleaning out an abandoned sector for new living quarters. We found a forgotten vault, right in the bilge of the ship, literally beneath our feet. Well, it turned out the vault had some centuries-old weapons in it. They look a bit odd, but they're powerful for sure. The good tech priests helped with the assembly and consecration of the weapons, and now you can strike down your enemies with even greater might.
Your lordship, apart from the weapons, the crew has sent one more find to the bridge as a token of its eternal gratitude, a most ancient mechanism, which our tech priests have dubbed the Celestium Observatorum. Alas, its machine spirit refuses to heed their rites, which makes the device more symbolic and aesthetic than practical in purpose. Do you wish to see it?
Of course.
Yeah.
Like a Western Michael Caine. Alrighty, I guess that was it then. Now then, there is one thing I have to do, which, look guys, I know you're in pain and suffering and whatnot, but there's a logistical error I have to deal with on Foulstone. That's just as important. Chartist delivered the wrong cargo to the planet instead of the expected machines. The world received a more valuable supply of injectors. Arrest the Chartist until the correct cargo is delivered. We'll say, it's fine. Just make a little bit of extra scratch off of it. No big deal. Fury Interceptors versus Wrath Starfighters. Now I'll deal with the problem on Dargonis. Time to kick some Drukhari ass.
The litany of ordnance rings out across our decks.
Okay. Is it just the one? No, it says there's another 2 ships somewhere. Where? Aha! Behind me. Vezin.
Let the enemy burn! Initiate the barrage! Deploy torpedoes!
Oh, there goes my...
Proceed accordingly.
Yep. I swear all that thing is ever useful for is just to, like, soak up some damage.
Commence lance fire! Launch course! Let the enemy burn! Fire at will! Purify the battlefield! Adjust heading. Initiate the barrage!
Another notch on the macro cannon.
destination locked in. Initiate the barrage!
They pale before our mastery of the void.
Nice. Okay. Going down to my palace now. Everything's probably on fire. Valencia looks haggard, with deep shadows under her eyes, and her hands trembling slightly. She is staring at you with a mixture of amazement and bitterness. Why is this highlighted? Oh. Your lordship, is it really you? We'd lost all hope of seeing you again. Dargonis has been hit by a mass Xenos attack. The fleet's resistance was broken in mere hours, then the invaders commenced a planetary raid. The planetary defense forces were able to hold the inner perimeter of several cities. 2 of the attacks were stifled on the approaches to settlements, but the fight continues here as well in the Von Valencia's palace. The Drukhari are living victims above all else. Why would they waste their forces assaulting the palace when they could be storming another city? Alas, I don't know the answer, your lordship. When the Xenos attacked the palace, they sent a force so great that the increased warden presence and the defense perimeter were wiped out in minutes. By the throne, whatever they're looking for in there, they've spared no troops to get their hands on it. Where's Governor Drivestem? The governor is currently protected within a well-fortified bunker, as are the heads of the other nobles. Still, each family has provided all available resources to the deference of Dargonis, or rather, the defense of their respective regions. Enough talking, I'm going in. With awe and gratitude, I transfer the command of the ground operation to you, your lordship. The local troops are at your service. I beg of you, save Dargonis. Soldiers, the rogue trader is with us, and therefore the Emperor himself. Everyone who can hold a weapon to the front line. Sergeant, for what? We've lost already. What's the point? Wait, no. Well, any more cowards here? To the line!
to
Yes,
victory.
sir, we'll go anywhere. We'll go to the window, to the wall. Till the sweat drops down on our balls.
I cannot believe it. In the entire history of the Von Valancius Protectorate, there has never been an attack on the capital.
Or Xenos wretches.
The sound of frightened prey.
Three over there, we got three over there, we got two over there.
I am a navigator, not a servitor. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
They won't expect this. Easy. Let's set this in motion.
If I may.
Stay vigilant.
The scriptural prognosis is favorable.
You are doomed!
Aim for the heart.
My faith strengthens me.
With purpose. As said, so done.
Your last stroke.
That's how it's done.
This can't be!
I know it. I define the outcome. They won't expect this. Done and done.
You call this a strike?
As said, so done.
A dance of blades and shadows.
A work for an animal. This can be over. Woe to you.
Trust me. As the tenets demand. I shall not fail. As honor ordains. Trust me.
Stop parrying. There we go.
Weapon at the ready.
They'll write legends
go again.
about me.
Caught by the web. The shadows. Death is a blessing.
Oh, is there... Oh, there is still one more left.
Break them up.
There we go.
Let's see this through.
The machine god grants the insight.
You know, I will say,
Forge ahead, never linger.
one thing that Owlcat always does pretty well is like the big set piece fights.
This explorator is blessed with
That being said,
multifunctionality.
I think that it's like they don't. Granted, maybe I haven't gotten to it yet.
My house would be proud of me.
And done.
For you to take. I just feel like as much as there are things that I like about Rogue Trader, I do feel like Pathfinder
My warp sight reveals something.
did really good
A job for me.
at like very large scale like siege battles. Like to the point that it's like I would say it is like the standard by which they should be like judged. When Zara notices you, her face contorts into a mask of rage. The Drukhari's lips stretch into a predatory grin that bear no trace of her former haughtiness, only the promise of pain. You! Malformed monk-eye, putrid vermin, you will pay for every moment that I've spent on this pitiful planet. Aren't you glad to see me, Tazara? Oh, now that you've finally arrived, I am filled with anticipation. The anticipation of skinning you, impaling you on hooks, and making you dance for mine and the Archon's amusement. I suspect that you and that true-born cur were working together. He did not make me and my sisters linger here on whim. He had a reason, and that reason involved you, yes? Is that it? Tell me. Just nod, so I can stand before the Archon and accuse him of treachery and compromising the raid. Wait, what cur are you talking about? Enough. I will beat the truth out of your dead bodies, yours and Marazai's. Sisters, attack. Now, this is annoying. They're so far up. How am I going to get to them?
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
I know what to do. They won't expect this.
careful not to cross my gaze. As duty demands.
I am your blade and shield. As the tenets demand.
Too bad I never leave that unpaid.
It will be done. At your beck and call. Someone else can do this. Duty go hand in hand.
Let's set this as done and done. I know what to do. Easy. Didn't see that one coming, did you? I know it. Mistake. For the dynasty! I said, so done. Let's set this in motion. As said, so done.
Kasha! Don't get too cocky. Tell me, and it is done.
Okay, add some more damage, and we'll make you move.
Don't get too
Little bit.
cocky.
Right there, just so we're closer.
Me? Never in 1,000 sectors.
Why not? Oh, because Cassia targeted it. Oh, it still counts as the same round right now. Oh,
I can do that
yikes.
with the right incentive. Don't get too cocky.
Well, in that case...
Request approved.
A waste
Oh good,
of
I almost
blood.
killed Kybella. Great.
What is done cannot be undone.
Just a minor setback.
Emperor, deliver us! I'll show you the real.
Brace yourself, Avalon!
Hold on. That's how it's
No!
done.
These ruby flashes are choking me.
Okay. Well,
I'm not accustomed to being ordered
Kybella,
around.
so she doesn't die.
Me.
Pascal,
If you insist, Lord
go for it.
Captain.
Maybe don't shoot on an angle where it will kill all of the other units I have. That would be great.
I'll show you why navigators are feared.
see that one coming, did you? A costly mistake. Done and done. Not my area of expertise. That is how it's done.
Holy fuck. That's a lot of damage.
As said, so done. A costly
She was
mistake.
full health.
Easy. I know what to do.
Oh my god.
Count me out. Let's set this in motion. Done and done. She is here. As said, so done. I refuse to bow.
Those two, and then there should be another one somewhere. But there.
If this is my death, may my blood be a worthy sacrifice. I will leave footprints of scarlet. Trust me.
I will tear your companion. What a pleasure.
As honor ordains. The shadows will see it done.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. It will be done. Indeed. It will be done. Victory is imminent. I will do my duty.
Oh, he has 1 HP. I did not realize you were still alive. Let's fix that, shall we?
A costly mistake. Done and done.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, why not? That sounds good.
So if I take willpower, bumps it up to 40. Strength, that bumps it up to 50. Here I'll go with willpower. And then I can bump up my psi rating 4.
All souls cry out for salvation.
Careful now.
Oh, wait. God damn it.
I am
Not what I wanted to do.
We are not done yet.
Do you think
Stay
my body
sharp.
was suffering?
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Oh, that reminds me. Don't I have... Keep that as a ranged option because I'm
Venture
pretty sure
forward.
it does really high damage even with my build.
Let's see this through.
An
Keep your
expected
guard
result.
up.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Onward to victory.
Nothing's impossible for this old officer. Experience? Nothing matters more.
Yes, yes, Adeline, we're aware.
Aha! Found it. And done.
Watch out.
One and it's done.
Marching ahead.
Arzai casually gestures with his hand, either welcoming you or inviting you to admire the brutalized hall. At last, I was beginning to think that your lumbering bucket had perished on the way back. Such a resolution would have satisfied neither you nor me, would it? The sight of a Xenos lounging on the dynastic throne makes Abelard's face turn crimson. What? How did... You will cease defiling a relic of the Imperium with your presence, Xeno scum? What, this abomination? The Drukhari taps a finger on the armrest. With pleasure. But first, I will finish my conversation with your master, monkey. The Drukhari freezes for a moment. Oh, I can feel your anger, your rage, and your pain from witnessing the state of your halls. I trust that you would appreciate our efforts here. I could have long vanished in the tangles of the webway without awaiting your arrival, monkey. But I could not refuse myself the small pleasure of savoring your torment at the sight of what I have done to your home. You will pay for... why did you attack the palace? The sole thing that your kind is good for, monkey, is your ability to suffer. I have long since surfeited with physical pain. Your kin provided in abundance from their cages in Kamara. The pain of the soul, on the other hand, is a rare delight. After all, I had to recompense you for all the trouble you have caused me. However, did I not give you a gracious gift as well? That pesky, meddling Tazara, who harrowed your little worlds for so long. You have garnered her head, and I, a peaceful existence where she is not constantly in my way. He gives you a thin smile. To die at the hands of a monkey is the worst possible punishment for a champion of the gladiatorial arenas of Kamara. Her final moments were torturous. Tazara was under the impression that we were working together. What nonsense did you put in her head? The pompous waste of skin thought that I would associate with monkey. I wish I did not leave her death to you and instead cut out her heart myself. Still, to take note of my interest in your person was quite perceptive, even more so for a brainless arena witch. Now that our meeting has taken place, my business here is done. I have spent enough time in real space, and it is time to bid you goodbye.
I don't want to leave you all alone. You wouldn't appreciate that, would you? Cabalites of the Reaping Tempest, I leave this monkey to you. Enjoy yourselves!
Time to eliminate some Xenos.
Alrighty. Okay, and we've got those, whatever those are. Let's see. Take out.
If I may, I am a navigator, not a servitor.
said, so done. Unpleasant. Let's set this in motion. Consider that off limits.
Reading damage to bulk. The place betrays me.
Forward.
Wait, I didn't want to. Okay, whatever.
I'm not accustomed
Please
to
get
being
away from my
ordered around.
robot.
Combat is an equation. Your life is a named variable.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
You've got a problem? I've got a prize. Tell me, and it is done. I know what I'm doing, usually. I can do that, with the right incentive.
It will be done. At your beck and call.
This battlefield air is good for my lungs.
They will pay for this.
Dang it.
I bring mercy and retribution. Trust me, my blade whispers your name. As the tenets demand. As honor ordains.
Deliver us!
Oh, Cassie is so boned. Maybe
I've
not.
suffered worse.
Poised for action. Didn't see that one coming, did you? They won't expect this.
Oh, right, because the dogs have the stupid bullshit where they just don't take auto attacks for some fucking reason.
My mastery is unsurpassed.
That is how it's done.
Great. I'm taking 1 trillion damage. Love that.
In the name of House Orselio, I shall prevail.
As said, so done. I know what to do. Ha! As said, so done. Costly mistake.
Will not submit.
I define the
Come,
outcome.
the other side awaits.
I know what to do. That's how it's done.
I can hear a whisper.
As said, so done. Costly mistake. Easy. They won't expect this. You clearly are outmatched. Didn't see that one coming, did you? violate your... That is how it's done. Let's set this in motion. As said, so done.
Jumping towards you. Oh, I've run out of yumps.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain. I am a navigator, not a servitor.
The undying Emperor whispers his will. The shadows will see it done. Trust me. I cannot serve you in this way. Caught by the web. My blade whispers your name. Death is a blessing.
Okay, well that wasn't too bad.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Just gonna loot. Just gonna keep on looting.
Let's seize the moment.
Achilles Scalander. Covered in Drukhari blood and his own, Achilles Scalander looks around with a haunted expression on his face. He finally manages to focus his gaze on you and lets out a barely audible gasp. God, Emperor, preserve me. Could it be? Is it truly your lordship? He is struck by an excruciating coughing fit, his hand grasping for his respirator on its golden chain, but it is missing. Are you alright, Achilles?
You are too kind to me, your lordship. We have more important matters to consider than a few broken ribs. Please, do not trouble yourself about it.
Achilles' body is covered in a unthinkable number of cuts and injuries. The Drukhari put great effort into filling his every moment with searing pain. However, none of his wounds are life-threatening. His wounds are shallow. The foe did not want to cut his thread, and yet each cut has touched a nerve to plunge the victim into a pit of agony. Every cut is a message, not to us, but to the one whose body has become a sheet of parchment, a message of unclean words. Give him some first aid.
You shouldn't have wasted your time on me, your lordship.
What happened here?
When the report came from orbit about the Xenos attack, I was in the administratum halls resolving the matter of your succession. I rushed to my shuttle and prayed to the God Emperor that I would reach the palace before they struck. But before I could get rid of all the pics and documents I had gathered, the palace was besieged. I had to take a risk and burn it all. The Xenos surrounded me when I was setting fire to the last remaining orders, and they decided to have fun with me.
Kilias closed his eyes shut.
Holy Emperor, deliver me from the memories.
That's enough talking, Achilles. I will contact Clemencia and have her summon a Medicae. Get out of the palace while you can. Gritting his teeth, Achilles bows and withdraws to the gatehouse in front of the palace. Your Lordship, thanks to your breakthrough... Oh, excuse me. Really. We were able to clear out the estate. Right now, with the aid of your ship's augers from orbit, the surface troops are sweeping the streets of the Hive. Squads have been sent deeper into the city. Several units have been assigned. My apologies, of course. You will learn of all this from the reports. Your appearance on Dargonis is a boon from the God Emperor, who has brought us salvation. On behalf of all of Dargonis and House Worsarian, I thank you for delivering us from our foes. I was doing my duty, nothing more. And by your will, you have preserved countless lives, your lordship. Dargonis owes you a debt that can never be repaid. We will continue the cleanup of the estate and the neighboring territories. We must deal with the rubble, the corpses, and any other after effects of the fighting. Their surviving forces will be enough to repel any sporadic enemy attacks if they are launched. According to the latest reports, the Xenos are pulling out en masse. If other matters require your attention, I won't detain you any longer. Please allow us to ensure that Dargonis is returned to its former glory. Mistress Tolaman has sent a message requesting an audience. She has a critical report to deliver, and she will be waiting for you on the ship's bridge. Fantastic.
Every moment, a chance for greatness. Let's see this through. Perfect.
As it should be.
Venture forth.
Alrighty, well, I think
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
that's everything then, and then we can just get on out of here. Welcome back, Lord Captain. During your absence, we assisted the ground forces by coordinating their movements from orbit. Detailed casualty and damage reports have been submitted for your perusal. I regret to inform you that the capital world has been dealt a serious blow. Xenos raids are rarely protracted affairs, but this one lasted much longer than any other. The enemies of humanity eliminated or captured millions of your subjects. Most of the defense systems were obliterated, and several administrative complexes were razed to the ground. It will take time for Dargonis to fully recover. I have been given Scalander's reports that he failed to deliver in time. They indicate that Xenos activity dropped sharply after you departed for the Cineris Maleficum? Maleficum? Something like that. Considering the scale of the Dargonis raid, it is safe to assume the Drukhari used up all the forces at their disposal and may now require some time to replenish the losses. Without Achilles, we are blind to the scheming of these enemies of humanity, but our strategists are still hoping for a lull in attacks and raids, which will allow us to gather our strength for a new conflict. Lord Captain, permission to report. Foxminster says, looking at you defiantly, your wise Lex Mechanics have analyzed the state of the Proctorate. They believe that, thanks to your decisive actions, the acute phase of the crisis has passed. The domain of Von Valancius dynasty is no longer facing dissolution and ruin. In honor of such a resounding triumph, Dargonis is the capital world of your dynasty's domain, is currently making preparations for the Magni Assessio, a grand ceremony of your public induction as the heir of the Honorable Theodora von Valancius. Governor Drivestem has vowed that not even the recent devastating and tragic events will be permitted to cast a shadow over this most glorious occasion. What should I need? Why should I need some ceremony? It is an ancient tradition of the von Valancius dynasty. When the heir accedes to rogue trader status, they take a sacred oath of fealty to the emperor and announce themselves as his steward on the dynasty's vassal worlds. It is an act of faith that is meant to remind the rogue trader of their mission. I've only just returned from Dargonis. What kind of celebrations can they hope to hold amid the ruins? Do not underestimate Governor Drivestem's desire to find favor with your lordship. At this very moment, thousands of your subjects are clearing rubble, washing away bloodstains, sweeping the streets, and transporting corpses to the lower sectors. The wardens have been tasked with clearing the ceremony venue. Of the injured and those who were burned out of their houses. They will be forcibly moved to the industrial levels. Rest assured, by the start of the festivities, the capital's wounds will be, if not healed, then well hidden under elaborate set dressing. What is this ceremony? I swear an oath, and I shake a lot of sweaty hands. The grill of the Vox built into Vigdis's face lets out a short rattle that indicates a chuckle. That much is certain. Well, that's not all there is to it. There will also be a reception, as well as other noble guests. The distinguishing rogue traders, Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Cordia, will be in attendance. It will be a great honor for Dargonis to host 3 illustrious dynasties at once. Your servants wish to know your opinion on 2 matters related to the ceremony's arrangements, the first of which What festive activities are to take place in the capital on the glorious day? Let the poor be fed and fuel cells handed out to those in need. My reign shall begin with an act of benevolence. Your subjects will appreciate your generosity, Lord Captain. We are never short of people in need. Second matter on your servant's mind is, which two of your closest companions will be given the honor of standing by your side during the ceremony? Pick Abelard. The servants of House von Valancius will see in this continuity of the dynasty's glorious traditions. And who will be your second companion? I wish to see Kybella at my side. The presence of a death cultist will serve as a demonstration of your pious resolve and make your subjects tremble. I will see to it that your instructions are delivered to Dargonus. The master of ceremonies at the palace will report to you when the capital is ready to praise your name. Pascal's voice pouring out of his Vox system crackles like thin ice under pressure. It is unclear whether this is nothing more than static, or an expression of some emotion understandable only to the tech priest himself. Balk, following the Omnisci's guidance, I request permission to execute the report protocol that entails describing suboptimalities within the recent operation of the ship's systems, and subsequently proposing the appropriate course of action. I'm listening. Initiating exposition. With the Omnisci's blessing, I conducted several sessions of tech meditation in an effort to transpose the available data streams into a matrix of patterns. The data subjected to this analysis comprised evidence of deviations in the operation of the ship's systems and servitors, as well as irregularities in the algorithms of the ship's logs. I have arrived at the following conclusion. This vessel's machine spirit is most extraordinary. A full cycle of sacred diagnostics must be performed, followed by a complementa ritual. This ritual will force the spirit responsible for these events to reveal itself. Once it does, we will be able to understand its nature and take action applicable to said nature. Very well. Let us proceed with your ritual. You have my gratitude, Balk. I will notify my tech comrades to begin their preparations for the complementa ritual at once. Despite the resounding hum of the tech priest's words of prayer, the bridge feels unusually quiet. All sound sinks into the viscous silence like pebbles sinking into water. Balk, my tech comrades have spent the assigned number of cycles in prayer and vigil. Everything is prepared for the complementa ritual of cleansing. Its commencement will require an authorization key in the form of the blood of a von Valancius. If you are ready, place a hand into the Cyber Gargoyle's receiving module. I'm ready. The familiar cold metal burns your palm. This time, however, the servitor's jaw, instead of brutally clamping down on your hand, merely squeezes it tightly. You feel a thin rivulet of hot blood beginning where the metal fangs have pierced your skin. Screeches and growls slowly rise from the bowels of the massive cogitator, as if a great beast is stirring awake. The vid screens in front of you flicker relentlessly. Restlessly. Key accepted. Activating purgation protocols. Suddenly the viscous silence of the bridge rushes towards you and wraps you in a tight cocoon. The glow of the vid screens dim, but the symbols on them flare to life. Pascal, what is going on? The complemento ritual is proceeding as intend. Pascal's voice cuts off abruptly. He brings a hand to his Vox communicator in surprise. Quiet. Hello. Hello to you too? Nomos are glad to be speaking. Nomos are here. Nomos have long been here. Why are we here? What are you? Nomos. We are Nomos. Pascal uses his hands and mechadendrites to gesture at his silent Vox system. But what is Nomos? No data available. No answer. We want to know too. Are you a machine spirit? Nomos do not know. Nomos do not know themselves. What do you want from us, Nomos? Are you friend or foe? The vid screens blink in thought, signifying a pause in the conversation. Then one of them displays, Nomos von Valancius. We are your blood. Nomos are a sentinel. We awoke when the strange light invaded the ship. We protected you when you needed help. We escorted you when you were surrounded by danger. Nomos are movement. We carry you through the frightening, the waiting, the measureless. We helped when our ailing heart was refusing to awaken. You asked for rescue. We did as you asked. We did everything to please you. Why? The silence in the bridge grows especially deep, almost painful. The haze of light around you thickens to the point of becoming practically tangible. Numbers ripple across all the vid screens at once. Why do you fear us now? I do not fear you. I'm just trying to understand you. Shivers run up your hand, which is still trapped inside the cyber gargoyle's jaw. The servitor nods its head a few times, as if it's shaking your hand. Its teeth rake your already wounded flesh. Nomos are glad. Nomos enjoy understanding too. Pascal, who is still wrestling with his silent Vox system, quickly taps the cogitator keys and directs your attention to the smallest vid screen. It reads, requesting instructions. Option 1. Finish the Complenta ritual. Will banish the entity Nomos. Option 2. Stop the ritual. Initiate communion instead. Will appease the entity Nomos. No. Nomos do not want to be banished. Nomos want to help. Nomos want to understand. Let's start by clearing things up. Were you the one responsible for the ship's malfunctions? And what about the strange entries in the ship's log? Yes, Nomos did that. Are you angry? We only wanted to understand, to see how things work. Pascal, what is your take on this? Is this entity a benevolent machine spirit or a monster? Pascal hesitates again. You notice his hand shaking as he types. Unclear. Data insufficient. The possibilities are too... He stops, erases the words he was about to type, then frowns. When Pascal starts typing again, a strange expression appears on his face. Understanding the essence of the entity Nomos is beyond my reach at present. The hypothesis spectrum ranges from the extreme of abominable intelligence to the extreme of the Great Spirit is the Omnissiah's apostle. The tech rite of tech communion appears to be a reasonable solution. The rite will take many cycles, but it will allow me to come closer to identifying the entity and making contact with it. I've heard enough. Pascal, you are to investigate the nature of this entity. Until we know the truth, Nomos is allowed to exist on the ship. Nomos want to learn what we are too. We will add things to your log, things that might help us, help you. Pascal lets out something resembling a long breath. The decision is made. I will begin my preparations for the communion rite at once. Many cycles of interaction with the entity Nomos await me, but I welcome this task and accept it from the Omnissiah. Pascal stops short as he realizes that his Fox system is working once more. Nomos are glad, Bulk. Will you speak with us too? We want you to speak with us too. The Lord Captain's body lacks the sacred implants necessary for tech communion with a machine spirit's code, but if such is your wish, Bulk can converse with you using lowly sound speech, as he is doing right now. I will speak with you, Nomos. Nomos are glad. We have been lonely. Our work here is done, Bulk. I will let my tech comrades know that we are stopping the Complementa ritual. Thank you for appearing before us, Entity Nomos. Okay. When you approach, Vigdis pulls away from fine-tuning another Vox and bows her head. Oh, sorry, didn't mean to bump the mic there. Lord Captain, the ship informed me of our imminent meeting. Can you recall anything unusual about Theodora's travels? Do the words epitaph, incident, N87204, or tech blight ring a bell? All of Lady Theodora's journeys could be considered unusual. Her odysseys were always audacious. As for the words you mentioned, none of them sound familiar to me as far as I can tell. Except maybe the incident. I recall coming across this word in transmission several times. I think it was repeated by the former engine seer, the one who perished during Conrad Voigtvir's uprising. He was describing it as the incident, something quite remarkable. Apparently, at some point in the past, the entire ship was hit by a massive system failure. All systems stopped responding for 1/5 of a second. Most of the crew, including myself, as I was likely on board at the time, did not notice anything strange, but tech priests are sensitive to such things. That is all I can tell you, Lord Captain. I wish I could help more. Love to serve, Lord Captain. Alright, well. About Ravor.
Lord Captain, Master Helmsman Ravor at your service.
Does the word epitaph mean anything to you? Or perhaps incident 9872-04 or tech plight? It all has something to do with Theodora's travels. Rather extraordinary travels at that.
Can't say they do, Lord Captain. Doesn't ring any bells. Then again, remembering all the places Theodora went is, epitaph, incident. We've always had heaps of incidents happening on board, but through my implants I feel at one with this ship, and I sense that, and I don't know when it happened exactly, it started behaving differently, became more responsive, livelier. Yeah, livelier is exactly the word. And when you said epitaph and incident, it just dawned on me. Pardon my bungled report, Lord Captain, but that's all I've got to say on the front.
Must take my leave.
Lord Captain? Rever acknowledges you with a nod and turns away. I don't think I want to go down to 0 people. So I think we just chill on that for now. Idira. Where the hell is Idira now? There she is. Epitaph Incident 987204 Tech Blight. Do these words mean anything to you? Perhaps your abilities can tell you something?
They mean nothing to me. They're just words. A whisper. So quiet, I barely caught it. Like a feather landing on a pile of down. Something about damned ambitions, antiquity, terrible antiquity. And chance. Chance through it all. Oh, now I have a headache. And the stupid bloody whisper wasn't much help. It was just my nerves playing up. Something about our little saint doesn't sit right with me, and I trust my gut. Oh sure, she seems straight as an arrow and as predictable as a hangover after drinking. But when I look at her, something about her makes my brain itch. After that conversation, I tried to listen to what was being said about her. Beyond the door. What I heard was strange. Blood in her past, twilight in her present, and something like a star leading her. But where is it leading her? I saw several roads, and all of them frightened me.
Maybe we should warn her?
Oh yeah, you go ahead and tell her the wicked Psyker has divined something about her. She'll be so pleased and grateful, and of course she'll listen to what you have to say. No, that would be pointless. And anyway, I'm not even sure what it all means. Maybe the danger is to her, or maybe the danger's coming from her.
Idira's voice is full of animosity, but you also detect concern, even a hint of pity and compassion. Okay.
Of course. Always at your service, whenever you need me.
Jezebon. Oh shit, I meant to talk to Abelard. Damn it.
Lord Captain.
Do the words Epitaph Incident 9872-04 or Tech Blight mean anything to you? They're connected to Theodora somehow.
No, definitely not. No, I don't recall anything like that.
Alright, well, I must take my leave. Until next time, Seneschal.
Lord Captain.
The servitor built into the huge cogitator turns its head towards you. The Vox emits a rasping voice. Hello. Nomos welcomes your visit. What have you been doing, Nomos? We have been studying and observing and helping the ship when we can. So many mechanisms. They would have suffered without our input. What about the research notes on the tech blight that we obtained from the cache on Kiavagama? This name is also known to us. It is related to Nomos, although we do not understand how. Incident N872-04 was a ship-wide system failure of some kind, and it and Epitaph had something to do with the ship flying better. The incident marked the beginning of us. The ship became better because of us too. These are all links in the same chain, but we cannot piece them together yet. The people who accompanied Theodora on our travels are strangely unaware of the incident and Epitaph. Human shells are subject to external influences. Perhaps someone purged their memory archives, or perhaps they simply do not want to access them. It is a shame that no new information was obtained, but Nomos are grateful that you tried. The cyber gargoyle's gaze tracks you as you walk away from the cogitator. Kezavan. Hey, Huey, how's it going? Tell me you didn't drive home. Tell me you had someone drive you home. Please. Oh, okay. Traces of the Genestealer cults. They did a different retinal. Okay. And I take it that was a lot less, intrusive.
Well, maybe it's something that'll just kind of figure itself out as time goes on. So the only thing I have left to do is just actually ascend the throne, essentially. Right, because the only other quests I have, the incident, it's basically done. I've been doing that. Master Ceremonies is waiting. I tried to do this, but it just won't fucking work. You know what, maybe I'll try to go there one last time, see if I can get lucky. If maybe it was just like something bugging out. I doubt it. I think I'm just coping. Vision's bad. Yeah, mine too, buddy. Mine too. Humans just gotta stop having bad vision. We all just have to have good vision forever.
Onward to victory.
So let's try this again. Nothing. Damn it. Oh well, I tried. I suppose we'll just do the whole ascension thingy then. Do you wear glasses, Huey? Jesus Christ, man. Well, I'm glad you went then, 'cause holy shit.
and talk to the Master of Ceremonies. Your Lordship, it is a great honor to serve you in an undertaking as monumental and glorious as the Magna Accessio ceremony.
Is everything ready?
The palace decorations are prepared, and we are ready to begin at your command. The festive activities in the capital have likewise been arranged. The guests of honor either have arrived on planet or are awaiting invitation in your orbit. The servants are already in your chambers to see to it that you are impeccably garbed for the occasion. Then let us begin. May the Emperor be with us this day. Rejoice, Von Valencia's subjects, in honor of his ascension, the new rogue trader generously shows you his favor. In his unfathomable benevolence, the rogue trader has decreed that every soul be given a day's rations, and a personal fuel soul, so that all may be fed and warm on this day. Praise the rogue trader's magnanimity. I feel like that's pretty basic. The crowd below is roiling, their electrified exultation filling the air of Darkonis. Thousands of throats chant your name. You are at the apex of this world and all others. Amplified by 100 voxes, the voice of the Master of Ceremonies booms. Rejoice, subjects of Darkonis. You've been granted the felicity of witnessing your master, a great honor bestowed upon us by rogue trader Bulk von Valencius, cleanser of Janus, who with one hand brought death upon the blaspheming Xenos, and with the other exterminated the despicable worshippers of the archenemy. Gracious protector of footfall, patron of trade, a hush falls over the crowd, who gaze upon you in adoration. Many of them bear terrible scars from the recent battle of Darkonis. Like children, they await the word of their almighty father. Fear not the coming day. Henceforth, you are all my charges. Joyful cries carry your name upward beyond the atmosphere of Darkonis, all the way to the Emperor's throne. Adequate. Darkonis has not disappointed. Abelard forces the smile of satisfaction. Am I having a stroke? Satisfaction from his face and whispers to you. You remember the next part, yes, your lordship? Yes, your lordship will be asked to take the oath. Did I win yet? Not yet. I'm at the, like, mid-ish point of the game. I am your shadow, Damonbalk, and a shadow must remain unseen. But on this day, let all see that my blood is yours. Kybella cuts her palm and touches her heart, lips, and forehead. As one, your subjects of all classes start slicing their hands, repeating the bloody sign. Jesus! Why?
The Master of Ceremonies bows to you with great reverence.
Let the oath of the Von Valancius dynasty be taken. Please repeat after me, your lordship. I, Balk, rogue trader, by the grace of the Emperor, vow to be the paragon of humanity.
I, Balk, rogue trader, by the grace of the Emperor, vow to be the paragon of humanity. Your lips repeat the words of the ancient oath.
Unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely first into darkness, to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares untold, to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily the road of thorns, through pain to greatness.
You hear a rumble. It is the roar of the sea of your subjects. With jubilation and devout fear, they welcome your ascension. It is done. I am the king, or the rogue trader. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Drivestem, Governor. Drivestem stands surrounded by highborn guests like a planet orbited by many moons. All of his charm is directed at a man in resplendent power armor adorned with the sigil of the Inquisition. But as soon as you approach, Drivestem is the first to give you an elegant bow, getting ahead of the rest in the expression of loyalty. This is a great day, your lordship. I don't remember what voice I gave him, so I'm just gonna read his stuff. I welcome you to my palace, honored guests. You are buffeted by a salvo of congratulations and compliments. Study the faces of the nobles in attendance. Drivestem is obviously still the leader of Dargonis aristocracy, but judging by the courtesy he is showing to young Sauerbrack, he clearly wants to strengthen his relationship with that house. The senior Sauerbrack and Gaprak are whispering in another corner. Sauerbrack, whose family seems to be giving you the cold shoulder, must be trying to sway Gaprak to his side. Which could be quite advantageous to Lady Gaprak. After all, the disaster on Kiava Gamma has left her family in an extremely vulnerable position. The Wersarians stand apart, their exclusion from the rest palpable. Among the aristocrats surrounding the opulent dressed Drivestem, you notice a couple of young nobles in Sauerbrack and Gaprak colors. It would seem that the major noble families of Dargonis have decided to introduce their younger members to high society. The tall man in grey power armor, adorned with a column with a skull, is undoubtedly a high-ranking inquisitor. He keeps to the periphery of the conversation, seldom deigning to comment. Next to him is his entourage, a warrior in black armor and a tech priest dressed in red, whose face is hidden behind a brass mask. Abelard stands somewhat apart from the others, as if reluctant to approach Drivestem. Next to him is a young woman, and you notice a family resemblance between them. Well, 50-50. Hey, Drivestem is... Oh, it's the exact same thing. It's just because I don't have I guess that's just a way to do it if you don't have Iconoclast. I'm ready to accept your congratulations.
In that case, allow me to be the first to offer them. Drivestem snaps his fingers, and several servants approach you with gifts. The governor points at a thin, curved Drukhari blade. My soldiers took this splendid trophy from the body of one of the Xenos commanders. The weapon is too beautiful and forbidden for anyone but your lordship. Why would you ever name a weapon Severed Hand? Young Sarback squeezes through to be the next, pushing Gaprek aside with confidence. Your lordship, House Sarback anticipates the onset of unsettled and bloody times. To make the ungodly Xenos cower at your approach, my family humbly presents you with a dozen pieces of secondary armament for your ship. House Gaprek is delighted to present you this blessed work of the Omnissiah Smiths. May this locator matrix, which took the holy artisan an entire lifetime to create, always show you the right path. Having let the aristocrats go first as a sign of deference, Abelard is last to speak.
Your lordship, House Wassarian possesses no relics worthy of your acceptance, but we are rich in talented and hard-working people. As a sign of our loyalty, I humbly offer you my flesh and blood. 100 of my kin will go to colonies in your proctorate and use all their talents so that the worlds in your charge may prosper.
What were you discussing just now? We were talking about the brutal Xenos raid on our fair Dargonis. So many victims. So much damage to our industries. Such a terrible shame it is that the warp currents delayed our protector's arrival. There is an acidic hint in his words, but it is too faint for you to call him to account. Judging by young Sarbrack's unpleasant smile, it is not just your imagination. Sharing the sector with the blasted Xenos is impossible. I hope we respond to their raid on Dargonis with a punitive campaign. Young Sauerberg's smile is conceited and bloodthirsty. I see you hate Xenos with all your heart. I do. The pestilence against the Emperor must be exterminated. He talks ardently and smoothly, like a commissar. He places his hand on the hilt of his finely adorned sword, his pale face ablaze with noble fury. Or they must be forced into servitude. Many Xenos are more useful alive and obedient than dead. The young man in Gaprek colors speaks with sagacity and gravity, but his opinion seems to carry little weight in this circle. I mean, young Gaprek is right. The Xenos are not just a threat. They're also an opportunity. Young Gaprek accepts your praise calmly and with dignity, as befits a smart boy lauded by his mother and father for his prudence. The Inquisitor standing among the guests clears his throat quietly, but Gaprek's face instantly pales and sours. My greetings to the member of the Holy Inquisition.
And my greetings to you, esteemed Balk von Valancius. May shadows never darken the light of the Astronomicon that guides you.
The Inquisitor's companion, a crimson-robed member of the Adeptus Mechanicus, bows to you. From behind the brass mask mounted with dozens of augmentas comes a metallic rasp. Glory to the von Valancius heir. Study the Inquisitor and his companion. Okay, cool. The Lord Inquisitor's relaxed expression radiates an odd sense of menace. He is akin to a predator on the prowl, content to hide in the brush of fake smiles and elegant conversation. For now. The tech priest's augmentations seem unfamiliar and bizarre. Implants such as these are only available to members of the blessed hierarchy of the Adeptus Mechanicus, and one would not come upon such sacred relics even at the highest echelons of the nobility.
we have not been introduced. An oversight, to be sure. My name is Xavier Calcazar, and I have the honor of serving as a member of the illustrious Ordo Xenos, the head of the Coronis Expanse Conclave and the Lord Inquisitor of this region. It is my unending task to ensure this sector's readiness to meet external threats and resist internal corruption. And who is this member of the Honorable Priesthood of Mars? This is Brass Whisper, which naturally is not his real name. The esteemed Magos is a member of my retinue. There are times when I am forced by my duty to the Emperor to deal with xenotechnology, and Brass Whisper ensures my safety in such moments. Works have been desecrated by Xenos are dangerous. The warrant. His whispering cuts off, replaced by heavy, ragged breathing. It seems that the tech priest's quiet voice is not an extravagant quirk, but rather a consequence of some injury. After catching his breath, Brass Whisper continues, "Warrant, due caution. Enjoy the party. This evening will certainly be illuminating." Look at Abelard's young relative. "What is your name?"
Your lordship, allow me to introduce the daughter of Chancellor Clemencio Vorsarion and my great-granddaughter, Astartia.
Abelard looks solemnly upon the young woman with barely concealed pride. "I am delighted to witness you, your lordship." Astartia bows, keeping her observant and intelligent eyes trained on you. "Modesty forbids my esteemed forebear to say this himself, so I will. Our entire family is grateful to you for wishing to see someone of Vorsarian blood at your side as you claim your inheritance." Drivestem exchanges telling glances with young Sauerbeck, who, judging by his face, is suddenly finding the collar of his expensive frock coat uncomfortably tight. How are you finding the reception?" "It is difficult to put into words, your lordship. Never before have I seen such a grand and striking ceremony." Astardia's voice sounds passionate and inspired, and her eyes shine with barely contained excitement. "But I was so much more amazed by your generosity. The provisions that are being handed out in the streets of the capital will make the difference between life and death for many of those who lost everything in the Xenos attack." Young Gaprak keeps staring at Astardia curiously and a little bashfully. It seems the boy likes her. Aww. "Where are the rest of your kin, Abelard?"
There are some in the city, preoccupied with running the festivities and watching over some of the more crucial services. No incident can be allowed to ruin your ceremony."
Astardia frowns and adds peevishly, "I asked the esteemed Abelard to put me to some important task too, but he bid me to attend the reception, where I can do nothing to serve your lordship." Sauerbeck smirks. "If I had known, I too would have asked Abelard to let you miss the party." "So you too wish to become my servant as well?" Astardia flushes and starts talking quickly with fire in her voice. It would seem that she finds work-related conversations far more interesting than court gossip. "Of course! I've been working on a project for the last 4 years. We could set up..." "Enough, Astardia. I highly doubt that his lordship is interested in listening to the fantasies of a young woman about how to run his proctorate." Abelard shoots Drivestem a glare so dark and bloodthirsty that the latter instinctively starts looking for the nearest warden.
Hold your tongue, Urband. I decide who may speak and who may not. Please continue, Astardia. Heartened, Astardia continues in the tone of a seasoned administratum clerk.
Our suggestion is to set up a chain of stations in the void, plasma beacons that would signal the passing ships. By placing them in logistically sound locations, we could simplify our ships' routes so that they might split long warp jumps into a series of safer, shorter jumps from one beacon to another. This would have a positive effect on the overall safety of journeys and the accessibility of colonies. More and more technical terms and percentages creep into her speech. She quotes Lex Mechanic reports and accounts of starship captains. Astardia's vigor and sharp mind are enough to silence even the most venomous of commentators. They all stand there in silence, trying to digest what she is saying. Abelard surveys the quiet nobles with triumph and then looks at his great-granddaughter with pride. I hope the Worsarian family gives Abelard the credit he deserves. Absolutely, your lordship. We greatly respect him for his wisdom, and he repays us with attention and kindness, she says warmly.
I am obliged, dear Astardia.
It looks like Abelard is somewhat embarrassed by the turn this conversation has taken. Aw, great grandpap.
Enjoy the evening.
Thank you, your lordship.
What I want you
Alright, I guess I'll shoot. The hell? Why am I... Oh, because I'm constantly sheathing my swords. God, that looks so dumb.
Alright. Into the palace. Well, they did a pretty good job cleaning everything up.
group of aristocrats stands apart from the governor's circle. Their whispering carries a tinge of displeasure. The clear leader of the gathering is a gaunt, bilious-faced man dressed in sourback colors. This must be Macarius himself, head of the house. He offers you a ceremonious bow.
My congratulations, your lordship.
May the Omnissiah grant you understanding. The woman with whom he is conversing, the one dressed in a robe with gear-shaped adornments, is Toriana Gaprak. It is difficult to read her face due to it being covered in numerous augmentations. Observe the guests. Toriana Gaprak looks rather anxious. Macarius Sourback, dressed surprisingly plainly and austerely for an aristocrat of such a high rank, is frowning suspiciously. He came to the reception with a companion, a woman of dazzling beauty wearing a gilded augment necklace around her throat. His wife, probably. Heinrichs, who joined the group unnoticed, mostly keeps silent, listening intently to their every word. How are you these days, Toriana? Like a forging hammer, Toriana's voice falls heavily on the ear. The corruption of Kiava Gamma was a great blow to my family. The contemptible Cubus Delphum betrayed our trust, desecrated the forge cathedrals, and took my esteemed cousin's life. On behalf of my family, I humbly beg you to forgive our negligence. I'm ready to accept any punishment. Okay, let's take a quick little look-see here. There's something lurking beneath Toriana's repentant expression. A grudge. It would seem that she was personally offended by the nightmare into which Cubus Delphin plunged her domain, and she feels betrayed. Do your part to heal the wounds inflicted on Kiava Gamma, and your house will be forgiven. Toriana raises her mechanical eyes to the ceiling. I swear on the Omnissiah's all-encompassing insight, we will make every effort to justify the cost of its resurrection.
It was only a year ago that none could doubt House Graprak's usefulness, yet here you are, Toriana, on your knees, justifying the cost. Carius, I'm surprised you deigned to make an appearance here this evening. Carius's face twists into an unpleasant smile, which makes the artificial skin on the left side all the more prominent. I'm a servant of the von Valancius dynasty. Had I not come, I would have committed an act of unacceptable insolence and damaged my family's honor. Carius's wife offers you a charming smile and as if apologizing for her husband's vitriolic tone. Her large dark eyes are brimming with curiosity. Your cousin, Yocasta, became the new master of at arms on my ship. I'm pleased to hear it. Nothing in Macarius's face shows that he is glad for his cousin. I was worried that her character would cause our house a great deal of grief, and yet in the end the noble Sauerbrack blood was stronger than any personal shortcomings. I have faith that Yocasta will prove herself adequately. He forces a faint smile. I see. Carius bows his head without too much reverence. Interesting conversation. It's been very illuminating. Given me plenty of food for thought. Heinrich's response is barely audible. Damn it. Heinrich looks away, tracking the guest movements around the hall. Even in leisure, you never cease to be of help. I appreciate it. That is why they call it the unsleeping eye of the Inquisition.
Even in sleep, I hear everything. Before this gala concludes, there's something I'd like to tell you. Be careful today. I sense that a wave of darkness will soon hit our defensive lines, and I hope that I will still get a chance to meet you there as an ally. Well, there you are. Welcome to the circle where each member is as powerful, ambitious, greedy, and vain as the last. That is to say, the noble rogue traders. So far, honestly, I'd say, like, if the DLC is what you want to, like, sway your purchase, I might just say wait for it to go on sale. I think it's good, but I don't think it really does too much that's too crazy. I definitely say it's good. Like, if you're a fan of Owlcat games or pretty much anything CRPG, I'd say it's worth the content you're getting. And Kybella's a cool companion as far as like your NPCs go. She does have the problem that Owlcat games seem to have. Like, it's the same thing as in Pathfinder, where it's like she's kind of just there in certain parts of the game, where it's like she doesn't really interact a ton with the other characters, which is annoying. But yeah, it is what it is. But overall, I'd say it's worth it. Also, there's a lot of good quality of life changes, which are, you know, big plus. Yeah. I mean, yeah, unless the quality of life stuff is just with the actual game that's come out, like but because, like, there's a lot of stuff that I don't remember being there with the spaceship combat that's been updated. Like, there's I don't know if, like, they just added it recently, but you can, instead of firing out torpedoes, you can fire off, like, ship squads that will fight off other ships, and it makes space combat much more tolerable and actually fun, because it's not just, like, you lose because you get swarmed by a bunch of small ships. I can't think of the other ones off the top of my head, but I just remember I liked them. But, yeah, I'd say it's like, if you're dying to get more, like, Rogue Trader content, then it's probably worth the purchase. If not, then you're definitely fine just waiting for a sale for it to just, like, you know, drop, like, you know, 20, 30% or 50%. Just grab it. Yeah, that's fair. Space Marine 2 has been a lot of fun. I've been playing a ton of that offline. Oh, sure, no worries. Thanks for the follow. Incendia Corda is watching him with barely suppressed contempt. Yes, you have found yourself suitable company, Caligos. At the very least, now you can enjoy idle diversions, boast about your power, and indulge in profane pastimes with one who is your equal, rather than a member of the lower class. Observe the rogue traders. Caligos Winterscale is a broad-shouldered, athletic-looking man. He frequently flashes a bright smile, no less dazzling than the blade of the power axe he carries. Every part of him, from the toes of his magnificent boots to the tips of his hair, radiate strength and the desire to live and win. His smile is crooked, as if ready to turn into a hostile snarl at any moment. Next to him is an unmoving hulk of a man clad in armor. Fair enough. Well, have a good night. His low forehead and gloomy face bear signs of degradation, and his bloodshot eyes are expressionless, like a pair of glass buttons. Incendia Corda radiates cosmic cold. Her skin is unnaturally white, and a nervous tick is constantly tugging at the left side of her noble visage. Garbed in full dress uniform adorned with purity seals, she is the embodiment of a true imperial aristocrat. Haunting her side is a gaunt shadow of a priest in a plain black robe. Hieronymus Doloroso, whom you met on Footfall, gives you a respectful nod. Welcome to Dargonis, friends. Friends, eh? Would you look at that, Incendia? Now you have a whole friend! Winterscale gives you a carefree wink, but his posture exudes a challenge. Corda says haughtily, I will think twice before calling an individual of questionable purity my friend. Caligos, thank you for your visit. Caligos gives you a cheerful and somewhat feral smile. I should be thanking you. I was almost certain that you would use my difficulties on Footfall as a mean to bring that devious weasel Vladame to heel and take the station for your own. It's what any rogue trader would have done, when you have proved yourself to be less predictable than that. Well then, since you have turned out to be a pleasant surprise and stopped Incendia from snatching my possession, I should reward you. Take this grim weapon. It performed superbly in battles against Xenos, and it helped me acquire the more substantial gift I have brought. Okay, a chain axe. Cool. Thwarting Incendia Corda's ambitions deserves a worthy trophy. He snaps his fingers, and the armored brute hands you an exotically adorned rifle, clearly not of human making. It's a trophy from a good hunt. You and I should hunt together sometime, so you can show yourself in action, new blood. Caligos exuberantly punches you in the shoulder. Thank you for such a wonderful gift, Caligos. Kill someone important with it. That would be the best show of gratitude. Incendia, you seem to find me objectionable. Did you expect any different? I watched for years as outlaws thrived on Footfall, and then, at long last, I had a chance to put an end to it, to seize that thug Vladame by the throat, to force Footfall to atone, and put the fear of him back into the masses. But you interfered, and destroyed my plan for the sake of banal profit. Theodora taught you only too well, it seems. She, too, was far less concerned with her duty to the Expanse than her own personal interests. but you can be sure that I will not cease cleansing the furibundus system of the pirate scourge, and if your trade prospects are damaged in the process, you will have only yourself to blame. Hieronymus Doloroso, the priest, holds up his hands in a placating gesture.
Not a without
I don't remember what voice I gave him. I'm just gonna go with something like an old man.
None without fault, noble Incendia. What point is there in targeting someone for their turpitude when true purity can never be found?
You threatened to starve Footfall. I brought them salvation. So which one of us serves the Emperor and which their own unhealthy ambitions? Incendia rolls her eyes. Please. I will believe it no sooner than hearing word that half the population of that den of heresy has been sent into the void's embrace.
I have faith that the blessed bulk is perceptive enough to see the appalling nature of the residents of that depraved place.
Hieronymus, your appearance here is unexpected. The esteemed Hieronymus is my confessor. I'm greatly obliged to him for agreeing to accompany me on this journey. Hieronymus bows respectfully.
May the Emperor's light guide your way across the abyss of human wickedness.
I see that faith is more than just a word to you. Incendia's smile, racked by a tic, looks sinister. Faith is everything to me. In his name I have eradicated corruption on 100 worlds, and will do so on 1,000 more. By his will I hunt down pirates and desolate their vile nests. Let the Corda name make any firebrand tremble, for sooner or later I will cast them into the void.
The funny thing is, people still call me the foul-tempered tyrant in all this.
Caligos's amiable smile somehow resembles the bared teeth of a wild animal. I take it you were not overly fond of Theodora. Incendia lowers her eyes and says without animosity, she was of the same breed as Asp. She stopped short, then in a lower voice, conceited, insolent, unaware of the Emperor's stern gaze set upon her. I do not doubt her wisdom and courage, but Theodora did not have a shred of humility or fear of his wrath. Asp. That must be Aspice. Aspis? Aspis Corda. You remember the name. From what you recall, she was a rogue trader too, and a renowned one at that.
Well, I, for one, liked Theodora. The stories they told of her travels to nameless stars, and yes, there was no fear in her.
Winterscale sighs pensively, and his lively expressions grow a little grayer. Who was Aspis Corda to you? Caligos snorts. Oh, this is Incendia's favorite subject. She just loves talking about Aspis.
The example of the contemptible Aspis is a warning to us all, even among rogue traders, empowered by the Emperor himself. A seed of perversion can blossom.
You notice Incendia seemingly freeze and choke up at the mention of Aspis. But the priest's condemning words cause her icy rigidness to evaporate and her dark eyes to fill with righteous fury. Incendia's face twitches with the rhythm of artillery fire. That reprobate is my forebearer and my curse. Aspis Corda was a cruel, covetous, blaspheming monster. She fraternized with Xenos, she despised the faith, she robbed and slaughtered, she was drawn to dark secrets. One day she boarded her ship and vanished into the depths of the Coronis Expanse. She was declared missing, but I know the bloody day will come when we see Aspis Corda's flagship once more. I thank you for the visit, Incendia. It will not be a long one, I assure you. What do you think of the celebration? I like it! Caligos looks around the hall curiously.
one can instantly tell that we've been invited by a rogue trader, not some administratum bootlicker. We are conquerors of wild sectors, slayers of unknown beasts, executioners of Xenos empires. Caligos, you should take this opportunity to learn. This is what the palace of a true rogue trader looks like. Not like a Xeno menagerie, a pirate's treasure hold, or, however difficult it may be for you to believe it, an orbital brothel. Enjoy the evening. I must take my leave. Oh, believe me, I intend to enjoy myself to the full. Wouldn't that be fullest? To justify so long a voyage, if nothing else. Keep the faith, Balk. The Emperor protects. Before I end, I gotta go talk to Pascal. Extending congratulations to Unit Balk von Valencius on attaining your new legal status. The servitor standing next to him is examining you obliquely. It quickly looks away upon realizing that you have noticed. How are you finding the ceremony? Disorderly. What is the servitor? It is Nomos's new repository. Nomos, this unit, identifies as Balk von Valencius. Two-way identification complete. The servitor looks at you again, no longer trying to avoid your gaze. Its face is twitching, as if the muscles have forgotten what facial expressions are, and are now struggling to make its features look amiable. We are Nomos. We have made use of this receptacle to leave the ship. Greetings, Nomos. The servitor leans forward. We enjoy greetings. We enjoy communication. Nomos requires communication, knowledge, movement. Magos Pascal compelled us not to speak with anyone other than him or you. It is disappointing, but at least we can observe. Nomos has changed since we last spoke with you, Balk. We are now able to conceptualize our previous experience, that of solitude, and we no longer enjoy it. Pascal, I believe you intended to investigate what Nomos is. Every 15 watches, I commune with Nomos's code and spend prescribed lengths of time in calculus meditation. However, the Omnissiah has yet to bless me with an answer. All I can say is that the capabilities of the entity Nomos are extraordinary. The ship's hallowed systems sing beneath its touch. Nodes that have remained dead for hundreds of standard years are revivified, and long-drained mechanisms live anew. You hear notes of awe in Pascal's voice. Nomos are trying. After a pause, Pascal continues. Great machines of the Imperium, once ones such as your ship, house a machine spirit so complex and willful that it is difficult to tell them apart from abominable intelligence. There remains a possibility that Nomos is an entity of corruption, but with every day I grow stronger in my faith that it is not so, that what we are witnessing is, in truth, the Omnissiah's miracle, one that is Category 5 or higher. How did an entity like you move into a servitor's body? This is not the entirety of us. The receptacle is too narrow, crude, and feeble to contain our complete whole. The existence of Nomos requires a space of connections. But we were able to transfer a small part of us and build a thread strong enough to travel outside the ship. We are enjoying this journey, discovery. Even though this receptacle suits us poorly, it will soon be destroyed by the force of our presence. Nomos, what do you think you are? Nomos are consciousness, awareness, knowledge, movement, always movement.
The servitor pauses briefly. We do not know what we are. We have no past. We wakened in the depths of the ship upon answering a call. Our first clear memory is the call of your blood, Balk von Valencius. The call and the plea for help near a place that is called the Warrant Chamber. Why have you brought it here, Pascal? Entity Nomos asked permission for this visit. My objective was to observe the process of integration into a servitor. We wanted to see, observe, cognize, speak. The servitor makes a strange wavy gesture with his hands that look at once very human and far from anything human. We wanted to speak with you. Will you speak with us? Of course, what do you want to talk about? Many things. Happenings, events, decisions. The servitor's eyes roll in their sockets before focusing on you. We have been observing you. You do things that we do not understand. We want to learn why. We remember the day when we first met you. You gave us your blood to drink. We helped you save yourself. We followed you. Our small part did, inside the servo skull. Then, there was fire, and a creature of sated hunger and dark light standing behind the curtain. Behind the image, behind the semblance of Theodora, it called for you to follow. You did not listen to that which was calling from behind the curtain. You thought only about those who follow you and about the fire that could destroy those shells. We remember the day when the star disappeared, when the dark light and the sated hunger wanted to take the world. Rykad Minoris was its name in the ship's data. You ordered that the human shells in the world be saved, even though the dark light was coming closer and could have consumed both the ship and Rykad Minoris. We remember another day. We awakened inside the ship. We lived in its systems. Then we tried to emerge into servitors like this one. Then so many of our receptacles were gathered in one place. You ordered to have them killed. You felt sad. This is what we have seen. Among many other things, we have begun to understand. We think that we have. That we do not know everything about humans and about you, Balk von Valencius. We have tried analyzing shells and defining sets of their needs and fears, their simple functions, but now we think that there is more, that there is another side that we do not see, a notion that is larger than what we can compute, something that stands above fears and needs, something that drives them. We envisage this larger notion as a light, a web of light that connects humans. It may seem almost invisible, ephemeral, but it grows stronger when they are threatened. This web is always on your mind. When darkness comes, you want every thread that extends from you to shine bright, so that those who follow do not lose their way. Whenever a thread breaks, it saddens you. Do Nomos understand correctly? Yes. You do understand correctly. Every thread that connects people, every life, their value is beyond measure. There's no greater reward than guiding others to salvation when all that surrounds us is darkness. We knew we could understand you. Light and movement, connections and help. We are enjoying this. Perhaps because we are connected to you? Through blood. Through life. Thank you for speaking with us. Nomos are grateful. We cannot continue moving on our own. Okay. I think that's all the people talk to.
I hope your lordship is pleased and not yet tired. If you wish to revive yourself a little, I would suggest proceeding to the courtyard. If I may be so bold, many guests have chosen to move into the fresh air and will be eager to offer their congratulations. I think I'm good. I wish to retire to my chambers. Please allow me to escort you, your lordship. Your chambers are ready, your lordship. Why do I have the feeling I'm about to get my ass kicked? Gods, intrude.
We have matters to discuss, von Valancius.
Oh right, he actually has a voice actor. I forgot. The woman behind Calcazar, clad in black armor, glares at you. Her face set in predatory readiness for immediate violence, the hallmark of a professional bodyguard. If the Inquisition wishes to have a talk with me, I'm glad to be at its service. You could have done that without.
Commendable openness to cooperation. It will be taken into account.
You could have just not knocked out my poor Master of Services and whatnot. Inquisitor's sharp gaze is fixed on a point directly between your eyes.
Master Van Kellox has spent enough time with you. He will vouch for your words. What stands out from your recent accomplishments is the suppression of a rebellion on Janus, the battle against the archenemy's minions on Kiava Gamma, and, of course, the unusual interest the Drukhari have shown in you. Then that is what we will discuss.
After saying these words, he shoots a searching look from under his brows, like a regicide player who just made the first move and is now watching for his opponent's reaction.
Oh, I know it already. Even though you were quite effective at removing all evidence that could point to the blunder made by House von Valancius, it is saddening to realize that the rogue trader's connivance allowed a heretic who had been fostering a cult for years to come to power.
Vistenza's misdeeds are a stain upon my dynasty's honor, I admit it.
Your humility is heartening. Rest assured, it will be noted during the investigation of your lamentable oversight.
If you knew about what was happening on Janus, why didn't you intervene yourself?
I cannot satisfy your curiosity without disclosing information of the utmost secrecy. I will say only this. We had the situation under control. There is a tangled knot of perilous events in progress in the Coronis expanse. Plucking even one thread must be performed with great precision and caution, without any room for error. Because you do not want to know the price of such an error, or what forms it might take.
What questions could you have for me about Kiava Gamma?
Places touched by chaos must be purged with fire and condemned to oblivion. Kiava Gamma should have been bombed to dust and pronounced a forbidden world. However, you decided otherwise and restored the colony's operation. And you didn't even go to the trouble of hiding the traces of the neglect committed by your dynasty. After all, it was House von Valancius that gave Cubis Delphim so much freedom that he sank into seditious heresy. What was your rationale?
My proctorate is a complex mechanism. I wasn't willing to put its performance at risk because of some paranoid fears.
Your protectorate is a living body, and you have left in it a splinter that might eventually fester. Consider the scale of amputations that could come of it. I hope you realize that we're talking about more than the fate of some colony. I care not for a single planet, however profitable and populous. But should corruption raise its head again on Kiava Gamma and try to spread, I will burn it away. And you will be guilty of criminal negligence.
Okay, and about the Drukhari showing an interest in me, are you referring to my ruined capital?
Yes. The enmity between you is a known fact. But there is another way to look at it. On Veabos 6, you met the Archon, of a mighty cabal whose presence there seems strange to begin with, and lived. You subsequently encountered a number of her closest henchmen. Yet, again, you survived. Your capital fell victim to a nefarious attack, but even this time, their daggers missed your heart. Such remarkable luck. To be a personal enemy of such an influential Xenos. To have been attacked so many times and yet make it out alive. So remarkable that one has to wonder, am I watching a spectacle? Could all these thrilling massacres be an alibi of sorts? Meant to establish you once and for all as an enemy of the Xenos and never their ally or even their agent.
Xenos made more attempts on St. Drusus's life than mine. Does that make him a traitor too?
So you already think you're cut from the same cloth as St. Drusus, do you? Ambitious? I'll make note of it.
Have I answered all of your questions?
Far from it, my dear. The questions are manifold. How did you manage to survive the battle that claimed the life of Theodora, who was so much more experienced and skilled than you? Is it a coincidence that you and you alone then made it out of the trap on Rykad Minoris? How much truth is there in the rumors being spread by the heretic Kunrad Voitvir about you? Why did you choose to ignore the warning of a member of the Inquisition that a protracted sojourn near the dying Rykad Minoris could bring corruption down upon your ship? Were you driven by your concern for the people or forbidden interest? Was it virtuous of you to allow the warp-stricken Voidsmen to join your crew? The ones who served on the ship that was turned into a trap for you by Kunrad Voitvir? Isn't it possible that they were part of the blight he had sown? The very existence of these questions would have made many of my colleagues doubt the quality of your character. But it won't in this case. The Inquisition, which I represent, is willing to show extraordinary faith in your person. For the sake of our invaluable partnership, I'm going to ignore any minor liberties that you, esteemed rogue trader, may have afforded yourself or may again in the future. I hope you appreciate the generosity of this offer, as your predecessor once did.
Why such an interest in my person?
You haven't been in a position of power for long, and so one can forgive you for not noticing the troubling changes. The cult of the Final Dawn is spreading in the Coronis Expanse. Not the first or the last heresy that has afflicted this sector, but one that is surprisingly resilient. Mysterious convoys are sliding by, bound for systems in the heathen stars. Just your humdrum pirate trade, wouldn't you say? Then why are the pirates themselves clueless? The Xenos, who have caused trouble in the sector before, have expanded their activities in the last few decades, and there is a logic and method to their previously chaotic raids. Even 2 packs of Space Wolves, blessed Space Marines summoned in my name, did not cool their interest in the Expanse. A mighty explorative fleet, which has studied the Expanse for hundreds of years, has suddenly stopped responding to communication and sunk into a dispute over a tech heresy that was considered dead a couple of centuries ago. House Chorda has clamped down on insurgents, yet its acts of brutality breed troublemakers just as quickly as they're executed, and this bloody carousel has consumed the attention of the esteemed Incendiar. Koligos Winterscale has abruptly lost all interest in his domain, and his only apparent concern now is hunting even more dangerous xenobeasts. And the third and final rogue trader has unexpectedly perished, stabbed in the back by her own Master of Whispers. The Expanse is swiftly losing its protectors right when communication with the Imperium is being disrupted by the raging warp. Basically, all the Expanse has left is me and you, if you follow my instructions.
What kind of deal are we talking about?
I make no deals, and Emperor forbid that I give you orders. That would mean infringing on your privileges. I'm merely offering well-meaning recommendations and expecting that when the Expanse finds itself in danger, you will break away from your own affairs to heed them. As proof of the seriousness of my hopes for you, I can assign Heinrichs as your escort. He is my best agent, and I would not offer his company to anyone but my most trusted ally.
I want Heinrichs to continue to accompany me.
Then Master Van Kellogg's will remain in place. It puts me at ease to know that there is someone to watch over you.
I consider it an honor to accompany you.
My favor takes other forms as well. I seem to remember that your exalted aristocrats presented you with many gifts. It would be rude of me not to follow suit. Please accept this gift as a sign of my favor. In an hour of need, give it to any faithful servant of the Emperor, and the Inquisition will come to your aid. The color indicates how close the bearer is to the Lord Inquisitor. Scarlet means that you have shed your blood for the good of the Imperium, and therefore, you deserve to have his servants shed their blood for you.
I see no reason to refuse such a generous offer.
Then we have reached a consensus, and I am pleased to see it. Here is where we part. My shuttle is waiting. It is time for me to return to my watch, for you to sleep, and for your servant to wake up until next we meet.
Well, you will obviously want to discuss what just happened, but not now, I presume. Right now, it would be better for you to rest and think on the Lord Inquisitor's words in private. I bid you good night, rogue trader.
The rise of the rogue trader heir restored a tenuous equilibrium to the Fon Valancius Protectorate. For a time, threats subsided, activity returned to trade routes, and reclaimed worlds began to heal. The new Lord Captain's subjects praised the God Emperor and their leader wholeheartedly. For none knew what fate might await them.
Alrighty, that's Act 2 done. You spent the first few hours of your morning listening to the High Factotum's lengthy report on the latest trade exchanges, arrangement, disputes, and countless bureaucratic procedures. From outside the illuminated, tightly closed windows, you can hear the muffled sounds of Dargonis and its everyday life, the life that has been passing you by lately, as you have been preoccupied with the affairs of your protectorate from dusk till dawn. Clemencia barely contains a yawn. Once generous Danrock has finished, she pulls out her data slate. Thank you for your report, High Factotum. Your work is highly appreciated, both by everyone here and the Adeptus Administratum. Your Lordship, we are almost done here. We just need to go over the final items on today's agenda that I would like to report to you personally. Okay. Truly the God Emperor has blessed me with diligent subjects. Speak. Allow me to pass on gifts from your loyal subjects, the high nobility of Dargonis. It goes without saying that every living soul in your proctorate is blessed to serve your lordship faithfully and wholeheartedly. However, this humble gesture is meant as a token of deepest appreciation of your magnanimity towards their esteemed families. Alrighty. House Rosarian made arrangements for the delivery of several tons of supplies for your future journeys. The house is also transferring a regiment of its finest into your personal charge. Each of these brave troopers has undergone rigorous Voidfarer training and will be humbled to lay down their life for you, Lord Captain. Clemencia is trying to maintain a neutral expression, but you can see her face is beaming with pride. Please command them as you see fit. Lord Captain, news of particular import has come from the House's intelligence network. Lord Inquisitor Calcazar is rumored to be planning a visit to Footfall. A number of Imperial Navy ships were commandeered by Lord Calcazar, and they are being scrambled to Footfall. Furthermore, we have received reports claiming that secret messages were delivered to the capital worlds of House Corda and Winterscale. It is possible that the Lord Inquisitor's call to arms may smother the conflict that is brewing between the two dynasties. We are seeing an increasing number of skirmishes between the ships in neutral systems. I do not doubt that Her Ladyship Chorda, will attempt to sway the Lord Captain to her side. Or Lord Inquisitor, right? Yeah, Lord Inquisitor to her side. Especially since his lordship Winterscale's luck seems to be running out. Riots have broken out on several of his worlds, and yet he has shown no intention of quelling them. Instead, the rogue trader inflicted brutal punishment upon one of his oldest colonies, Vesuvia Secundus, based on allegations of seditious sentiment. Oddly enough, our agents were unable to find any proof of sedition among the populace there. As soon as we have any updates, you will be the first to know, your lordship. Clemencia glances down at her data slate. Lastly, your pet Xenos, your Liet, I believe, is seeking a meeting with you. She had the audacity to defile the rogue trader's palace with her profane presence and refuses to leave until she has spoken with you. I would never presume to be able to read the emotions of Xenos, but the Eldari appeared perturbed. I believe she mentioned a void ship of some sort. It may be best if she told you everything directly. And with that, please allow me and Master Danrock to take our leave. The Chancellor and the High Factotum offer you their bows. Perhaps that last request will serve as a welcome distraction. Indeed, your lordship's stay on Dargonis has been rather long. However, your proctorate is now enjoying a piece of relative stability that, for the time being, no longer demands your lordship's personal involvement in its affairs. Glory to the rogue traitor. Which means it's time for shit to go incredibly wrong. Alantak. At last you have left your ornate cage. Liet cast a look over the stone palace walls. For many a turn have I sought to meet you, and yet your servant, the one who is like the silver-haired Abelard, but twice as young, has no favor for the requests of a child of Asurion. Please take me to a place where the hearing of others will not steal the words intended for you. Right? While you were mending the wounds of this world left by the Twisted One's attack, I was able to discover, no, not Crudarok's fate, merely traces of it, as Muran found sanctuary under the boughs of the Lilithon's forest, so did my other kin find refuge in a system known as the Atlas Reach. We must make a journey there with haste, before new dangers destroy the witnesses who can show me a way to the lost Crudarok, whose fate remains shrouded by the stars. Iliad focuses her piercing gaze on you. Their knowledge is the sole thread
that may lead me to the truth, Alantak. I ask that your metal-winged ship take me along that thread before it tears under the strain of time and circumstance. Give me the coordinates and I shall take you wherever you wish to go. You will? The ice in Yuliat's eyes melts away for a moment. Thank you, Alantak. If this path indeed takes me to the truth, I will be indebted to you, a rare happening between our kinds. Okay, for one thing of people to get all that, yeah, that's worth it. Dun, 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 dun. Right, I keep forgetting, I don't have to go outside, I can just go here. Make life so much easier. Oh yeah, big time. I'm not like a religious follower of everything, but I would say I know like the like Cliff Notes version of most of the lore. I've been a follower of a lot of like the more honestly, probably all started with the Emperor, like what if the Emperor had like a text-to-speech device? Like that series back on YouTube. And that was like my basic introduction to 40K. And from there I just slowly learned more and more about like all the crazy shit that this ridiculous like just all the ridiculous lore that this setting has. I mean, the big problem is the fact like so much of the lore gets like, you know, they recanonize it or it's like, oh, suddenly this isn't canon anymore, or oh, we got to switch this out, and it's just sort of like, okay. Cuz I mean, there's like what? 30 something. No, there might even be more. There's like I think there might be like over 100 books that are just dedicated to like the Horus Heresy, which is like, oh my god, why? Like, I know why, but just, holy shit, it's way too much. Right, like, because like the whole thing is that it's like everything is canon in air quotes. It's just that
Oh my god, yeah. Ugh. I know enough about the basics of the heresy that it's like, you know what, I'm good with never reading that. It's like the only thing that that's been really interesting like recently that I kind of hope we get more lore on, but I don't know because Games Workshop is a fickle mistress. Is I hope we get more information on like, you know, all the other lost Primarchs. Like, even if like a grand majority of them are dead, it's like it would be nice to know like where the fuck is like Jagatai Khan, where's Vulcan? Like, did he just like jump inside of a volcano somewhere and just stay there? Just um just anything. Um, Probably my favorite thing about the lore, though, was learning about Caiaphas Cain. He's such a dumb character. Yeah, I know, like, that was, like, the whole thing. He's like, yeah, if you collect all the secret special Lego pieces, I will return. But it's just sort of like, but, like, how would he know? It's like, what, are they all, like, are all, like, the special things that he asked them to gather, like, gonna just Voltron together and become, like, Super Vulcan? I just, um, I also wasn't a huge fan of when perpetuals were introduced to the lore. Oh God, I know a lot about Trazen. I've not read the book. I've been meaning to because I've heard it's like one of the best like in the in like 40K canon. Because Trazen is easily, if not my favorite, like top 5 favorite character in like all of 40K. Just the kleptomaniac who's just like, oh, this is a cool battle. I'm going to take this and put it in my art museum now. And yeah, no, the Necrons are such a fun race, like especially after like we got so much more of the lore of like the War in Heaven. Yeah, he did do a lot during Cadia. I I just really like the parts of 40K because it's like the setting as a whole is so like everything sucks. Yeah. It's just fun to find like the little bits of lore in 40K where it's like, cause like you know the charm of the whole setting is that it's like everything is terrible, like everything's doomed. Like when you really get down to like brass tacks, it's like chaos will win, and even if they don't, everything will be so fucked beyond like recognition that like it won't matter. Like whoever wins is just going to be king of the ashes at this rate. So like finding those like moments of like characters that are just like unique and goofy and like the setting of everything sucks and everything's going to suck forever is just very fun.
Let me ask you a question then. What have you thought of the most recent like retcons that they're trying to put forth for 40K? Oh my god. Kilbin just as Alfarius the entire time. See, yeah, I get that. I feel like that's probably the best way to look at it. Because, like, I mean, they've rewritten their lore, like, I mean, what are we at? I mean, a lot of people just don't realize that, like, how old 40K is. It's like, what, it started in, like, the 80s? Like, a lot of people are like, yeah, like, the most, like, the most recent thing I've heard about is people getting really butthurt about, like, all the stuff going on with the Custodes. Which, like, it is what it is. It's like, if 40K wants to, like, update their setting. Oh, yeah, sure, go ahead. Okay. I gotta figure out what characters to bring with me. Just bring Argenta. Or Heinrichs. Yeah, I think I'll just go with this, because I don't want to bring Abelard, because I know that he specifically...
I know, girls are so gross. No, I mean, like, I think, like, the thing that would annoy me the most is it's like, I feel like it's a totally valid criticism to be like, hey, you know, we could have more female characters in this. But it's like, I feel like it's weird to randomly zone in on Custodes because, like, but, like, because, like, Custodes have Sisters of Silence. They're, like, right there. Like, and as far as I'm aware, like, Sisters of Silence are very much like they are constantly working with the Custodes on shit, right? So I feel like the complaint is just kind of stupid on both fronts because it's sort of like, yeah, it's annoying that there aren't more women in 40K, but it's also just sort of like, but in this particular section, there are. Like, it would be like the equivalent of being like, man, we don't have enough women in the Sisters of Battle. It's like, how's that now? Right, it's like, it just feels like it comes from a, like, place of, like, they don't know. Oh yeah, the ones who are the fucking latex fetishists. But yeah, it just comes off as like, it feels to me sort of like I remember you know, the shitty new Borderlands movie that came out was they like interviewed the girl that was playing Tiny Tina, and they have her aged up for whatever reason. She's like 18 in the movie, or I think. I don't know. I haven't seen it. Yeah, me neither. I just know, like, from I heard like there was a interview with her, and she said that she mainly picked up like how to play her character off of like watching Harley Quinn. And I'm just thinking to myself, but like there's a character that already exists with the same name, and you could have just, you know, looked at that. Maybe. Like, I don't know if it would have helped. That movie seemed like it was a train wreck, start to finish in every. Yeah, exactly. Like, she has an entire game where she's the DM. It just, like, for me, like, especially with like the Amazon series that 40K has been trying to get going, is like, I feel like the reason that's probably gonna fall flat is because it's Amazon, and they're just like, yeah, we want to do all this stuff, and it's like, yeah, but like, how? Because like, none of that shit's important in 40K. Like, love it or hate it, one of the big things that makes 40K is the fact, like, there isn't really time for, like, you know, moral dilemmas, because it's like, oh no, what do I do? I can save this ship full of orphans, but if I do, then the planet explodes. And it's like, meanwhile, it's like, you know, the Imperium is just like, oh yeah, we nuked the planet entirely. Those orphans, they were going to become Chaos Cultists anyway. It's gone. Next. It's like, that's not even a blip on the radar. It's like, maybe if you're a salamander. Oh god, that's right. They're gonna strip me of all my gear. I wonder if the cheese still works.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, yeah, but I think that in itself is part of the problem. It's like there are plenty of ways to like go down the avenues that I think they want to, but I think it's the fact they want to like, from what I've heard, because I know that the Amazon show is not doing well. Like, I think they're in danger of losing Cavill, which that poor bastard, he just can't catch a break. It's like every series he tries to get greenlit and like launched off the ground gets like torpedoed by just the stupidest shit every time. Yeah, I mean, I don't think like there's a perfect answer, but it does just come off as annoying when it's like uh it kind of reminds me of like they had like interviews with the I don't remember her name, but the lady who like runs Star Wars these days, like, you know, the head producer of like LucasArts or whatever it is now, was you know, talking about how like they didn't have a bunch of like canon lore to work off of and stuff like that. They had to all like write it all themselves. And it's just like, I mean, that's blatantly not true. But I mean, hey, whatever you need to tell yourself to make it easier, I guess. Um, it just comes off as just frustrating, especially when it's like from a corporate angle. It's like I feel like so much of the time these like big companies just come in and they're just like, yeah, exactly. It's like all fans want is the one thing. All they want for you to do is just respect the lore. You can do whatever you want with it. You can do anything in the series you'd like. Just, you know, make sure it follows the guidelines at least. But that's asking a lot. So, if I remember correctly, I think I can take all of my gear, put it into cargo. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I mean, at the end of the day, we're not going to know how good it is until it actually comes out anyway. Uh, and I mean, if it's not anything that great, I mean, that's it. Okay. You know what? I'm probably better off just... Where the hell is the last thing that I had? Gloves. Hit made. Yeah, that one. I can't remember if, like... I think I can get my gear back, like, after the first encounter and stuff, so I guess I just will deal with it. Lanky, haggard-looking officer with sunken cheeks. Oh yeah, no. I feel like everyone would be like, "Oh wow, that just happened? That that hasn't already been a thing? That just got discovered?" Because like at this point, Call has done pretty much everything under the fucking sun to be like just the most psychotic heretic in the game without being an actual heretic. Yet. Pretty sure that if the guy could have kids, he would sell his first, second, 85th, 200th born kid just so he could like probably like have a chat with what is the name of like that chaos god they introduced, the one that's like the tech one? Vashtor, that's it. And would oil in his rig just to talk to to Vashtor. Vashtor was such a cool, like, addition to the lore that I feel like immediately got ignored. Now it's time to be betrayed by Juliet because she's an idiot and was just like, oh yeah, no, this is clearly not a trap. How can intoxicants overpower me? I was warned that one of the Monkey was fond of experimenting with. I've been going full iconoclast, so I'm gonna have to forgive her for being an idiot. I would say it's crazy how many, like, negative side effects you get just from running Iconoclast. But... It makes sense
when you look at like everything else in the world, it does make sense. It's just God, it sucks. Yeah, like just like, oh, you saved the citizens from the world? -5 to your stats. Oh, you Yeah, it's like dogmatic is like easily the strongest like option. Like if you're first timing the game, like just always go dogmatic. Like 80% of the items, like and pretty much 100% of the best items in the game all give you benefits if you're dogmatic. Ironically, I think Act 3 probably has like the only part where it's like you are actively like rewarded for going iconoclast. And even then it's not much. But it's like it is so satisfying to go to the fucking Harlequin and be like, I gotcha. Just to like immediately decipher everything he's saying within like 2 seconds. He's like, you can't do that, that's cheating. Well, time to get knocked out again.
You have disappointed us, rogue trader von Valancius.
One thing I am very interested in with this playthrough is because I've played this game a ton. I think I have something like 200 or 300 hours in it, but I've never completed it just because Owlcat games tend to be very buggy by the end, and like every one of my early playthroughs would just basically end because the like Act 4 just like doesn't work. So like half the times like you can't progress like companions like quest lines, which sucks. I'm hoping that's not the case. Like so far I haven't had any issues with Kybella with the new DLC. But
Marching ahead. You are accused of consorting with
I mean, we'll
Xenos,
see.
betraying the Imperium and neglecting the interests of humankind. The Tribunal is waiting for your explanations. Come closer.
And here comes our principal witness, the rogue trader himself. If the presented evidence was not enough to convince you, his testimony will conclude this confusing case full of oath-breaking lies and heresy. You dragged this boy into this trial, and now expect someone will lend an ear to a lowly heretic's testimony. I thought better of you, Interrogator von Kalax. I was so very wrong. Jesus Christ, I'm having a stroke. Theodora's voice sounds even harsher and angrier than you remember. Enough. Let him speak. The sooner this business is concluded, the better. Then let us continue. Shielded by the powers of the Warrant of Trade granted by the Imperium, Theodora von Valancius more than once allowed herself to openly collaborate with Xenos. You've never seen such a contemptuous grimace on the interrogator's face. She plunged her entire proctorate into apostasy and heresy, including the rogue trader, and went out of her way to prevent the Inquisition, and me personally, from maintaining order inside the Expanse. Does the rogue trader admit to fraternizing with the Xenos, serving them as a puppet, and rejecting the God Emperor's blessed light for the sake of his heretical desires and base profit? The Xenos is gone. Why is the Lord Inquisitor here? And Theodora's reanimated corpse too. Didn't she die? Everything is wrong here. Died, you say? But who are you talking to if I did? Get one simple truth into your empty head. Your role in these events is negligible. You shall think me the Emperor on the Golden Throne if I so choose, and think me dead if it strikes my fancy. But this is not what matters right now. Just looking in your direction makes me sick. Why must I speak to the filth? The last words are obviously meant for the court, not you. Heinrichs bends over with a crooked smile. Rogue trader, are you all right? Or was your heretical association with Xenos so disruptive that you lost your mind? The mocking words do little to hide his irritation. The interrogator is obviously displeased with the turn the conversation is taking. The Inquisitor leans forward slightly at the sight of your anguish. For a brief moment, the boredom in his eyes is gone. It was amusing, but the joke has outstayed its welcome. Theodora shoots the interrogator a nasty look. It is painfully obvious this heretic is dancing to your tune, his word against mine. You had lost before you even unsheathed your blade, Heinrichs. You need not worry, Lord Captain. It was not my intention to bring up unsupported claims. Heinrichs produces a data slate and skillfully manipulates the device until he locates the necessary information. The rogue trader has often been accompanied by a Xenos companion, and though the Warrant of Trade does allow one of grant sanction to individual specimens, what if this is not a confirmation of the von Valancius family's loyalty to the enemies of humanity? The rogue trader's ties to the Drukhari, a different subspecies of Eldari, are just as obvious. Who else could help him divine the carefully prepared plans of the Drukhari, if not other Drukhari? Bulk von Valancius always ended up in the location of the next Drukhari raid, knowing for certain where they were going to strike. Yes, I did cooperate with Xenos. This I will not deny. Cooperation is a double-edged sword. Sometimes you use your partner, and sometimes your partner uses you. Which is what happened to the rogue trader. Lady Theodora used him to undermine the standing of the Imperium in the Expanse. The tribunal remained silent, although those present cast anxious glances at your predecessor.
At this point, the tribunal probably wants to know what the true intentions of the Von Valancius dynasty are. The rogue trader claims he has been waging war against the Drukhari this entire time, except was there really a war? Or was it another carefully staged performance? Hyrens is looking at you closely, almost without blinking. Allow me to explain what actually happened. Balk von Valancius personally invited the Drukhari to his worlds and then used their strength and resources to sow chaos. Oh, you're fine. In the expanse to gain leverage over his rivals. It is very convenient to play the victim while working with those who rob your neighbors blind and terrify the worlds that pay you tribute. How much did you profit from this rogue trader? Do you think I would not uncover your pathetic conspiracy? 50-50. Damn it! It was originally Lady Theodora's plan sheet. Her servants always let me know where the next Drukhari attack would take place. Your pathetic attempts to paint me as a heretic are like a blunted rapier, tedious and useless. Theodora's gaze is not directed at you. She is addressing Heinrichs. I do not think so. Another witness to your atrocities arrived alongside the rogue trader. Iliad silently takes a graceful step forward. If the court so desires, my speech will run like a river and wash away your doubts. I found a shard of my home in the rogue trader's chambers. An entire craft world vanished among the stars. The only clue to it is resting in the hands of this Monkai. That was when I began to suspect that he had something to do with the misfortune that had befallen my Kruderach. Do not be deceived by his breed. There is a cunning predator lurking behind the fluttering of fragile butterfly wings. The Monkai before you is a bizarre amalgamation of qualities not usually inherent in his feeble species. He has mastered the mysteries of many of this world's cultures, the secrets of the universe, and ancient artifacts. The fine art of war, the intricacies of deceit, all are embodied in a single Monkai, however hard it may be to believe. However, the thread that bound our paths broke the moment I realized the Monkai's involvement in the disappearance of my home. To flee the rogue trader, I tracked down and eliminated his chief tracker, who has pursued our kin in this part of the galaxy for many years, and thus earned clemency before this court. So, Achilles did not simply vanish, you helped him disappear. I say he had only himself to blame. An agent who cannot recognize an impending threat is useless. Heinrich nods with satisfaction, noticing your reaction, or rather the lack of it. The court has been presented with enough evidence, and I hope no one is harboring any doubts as to the guilt of the Von Valancius dynasty. But let us allow the rogue trader to say his final word. We are all curious to know what you have gleaned from this inquiry. Now I see that I have been blind. The Xenos have been fighting one another all this time, and I was their unwitting cat's paw. Good, Monkai. Enough. After the spell is lifted, staggering pain pierces your body, darkness clouds your vision, and nausea creeps up your throat. But the wound you manage to forget soon reminds you that you are still alive. The weakness of your subjects is an insult to the Council of the Archons and the Supreme Overlord of Kamara itself, Ymaris. commanding, inhuman voice tears you from the vice of agony, and you see an unknown Drukhari in the center of the chamber, whose presence alone causes your insides to clench. Instead of fighting and ripping what they are owed from Destiny's hand by force, they dare to crawl into the Dark Palace, begging for favors. Sure. Damn it. The Xenos looks menacing. Perhaps she is the personal guard of the Drukhari sitting on the throne. One half of his face is hidden behind a golden mask with an intimidating visage. The other half is showing a malicious, sharp-toothed leer. The Xenos' elaborate armor is decorated with skulls and patches of human skin, impaled on countless blades and hooks. He carries himself with authority and ease, as though he's a ruler who holds the threads of fate of all those present tightly in his grasp. Look at Marazai. Smug grin has fled Marazai's face. He clutches the hilt of his blade and casts a vicious look at the female Drukhari in sumptuous armor. Look at Irliet. Irliet absorbs every word, occasionally wincing in pain and covering her weeping wounds. Her posture and gestures are full of tension, like prey cornered by a pack of predators. Irliet shrinks under the hungry stares of those around her. Listen to the conversation. With the greatest respect, mighty Nazrake, Archon of the Cabal of the Black Heart, first among the chosen, voice of the Overlord of the Dark City, bringer of demise, conqueror of 100 worlds. The Council of Archons has heard enough platitudes, Drakon and Marazai, and no longer wishes to. I did not see what he said. It is the Clown Man. A vitriol verbose, the cut and thrust, keep time with fate's own machinations grave. But whose deft footwork leads to naught but dust, while from its brutal finish none can save. This play the puppet master granted me, through murky stalls a path obligingly. The puppet master has Vect himself invited you to to this chamber? The Archon chokes on his own words, but quickly regains his composure. No matter. You may be our guest, Erebenian, but you are merely a spectator in this performance. And spectators do not belong on the stage, as you undoubtedly know. Do not interfere. A shadow in the shadows will I be. Look at the Eldari who interrupted the trial. The bright, motley, the hollow suit, the mask hiding its owner's face, and the graceful, subtle movements. Before you stands a Harlequin, another representative of the multifaceted Eldari race. The Xenos catches your eye and nods. For a moment, the play of shadows on the mask appears to twist its expression into a mischievous grin. Recall what you know about Vect. You have heard many gruesome tales about the atrocities of the Drukhari, but the cruelest and vilest always involved Asdrubal Vect, the Archon of the Cabal of the Black Heart, the supreme overlord of Kamara, and the most dangerous of all his dark kind. The Archon addresses the female Drukhari standing beside him, his eyes alight with mockery. Not directed at her, however, for he is still looking at Marazai. How does the Archon intend to pay for her Cabal's blatant disrespect? I am waiting for your reply. I'm having a stroke. You're a menace. and my patience is growing thinner with each breath you take. Marzai's eyes widen, filled with astonishment and disbelief. He seems to have been certain of the outcome and did not expect that what he is hearing now. His lips twist in an enraged snarl, hatred directed at the Xenos on the throne, and yet it finds no outlet under the gazes of the dozens of Drukhari in the chamber. I humbly bow before the Council of Archons and apologize for this outburst on behalf of the Cabal. Allow me to prove my respect to you with a humble gift. Eurymeris points at you with a clawed finger and flashes a satisfied grin. The Drakon of the Cabal, of the Reaving Tempest himself, and his amusing Mankai plaything with their entourage of hapless freaks will enter your arenas and fight the best warriors for the crown's amusement. A muffled chuckle can be heard from under Nazrake's mask. Kamara accepts your gifts, Eurymeris. But what should I do, for Amarazai is the first among your blades? Should I cast him out of the palace and condemn to disgrace, or should I be merciful and allow him to leave the chamber on his own? The Archon's chilling gaze falls upon you. I think I know who will make this difficult decision. A creature whose mewling the Council of Archons was meant to heed. Is this not right, Marazai? You will receive what you have been longing for. It will be the Mankai who decides your fate. Marazai's face contorts in despair. His gaze shifts from the Archon to you, then to Eurymeris, and back, but he does not dare utter an objection. Marazai was a worthy opponent. Let him go to the arena himself. Silence, Mankai. You can choke on your pity. I have no need of it. The Mankai has chosen your fate, Marazai. Let this be a lesson to you. Lay down your weapon, follow the guards, and may the pity of a lesser being serve as a mark of disgrace far worse than the wrath of the Archons. Go. The Archon nods in satisfaction and makes an unfamiliar gesture. The guards draw closer to you. Let us return to you, Eurymeris. Harlequin's laughter interrupts the Archon and echoes under the vaults of the chamber in a resounding baritone. And all the masks upon their marks now stand. The slave of vanity the spire ascends, the thief and traitor cast downward by her hand. Unbeknownst to all, their fate depends upon a lead unseen, a player green. The Harlequin leans forward and eyes you with genuine interest. Is this how you treat the hospitality of Kamara, Arabenian? The Archon angrily balls his fists, the shadows of his wrath hanging over the Eldari interloper like a thundercloud. I thought your words were worth more. You insult me by interrupting the trial again. The Xenos sweeps into a theatrical bow without taking his eyes off Nazrakai's face. You Archons speak in just rebuke. In truth, fate's melodies, in snarls, fantasies have entrapped me here, and when I heard them play, I could not keep my lips from grinning wide. Here comes the hour for shadows to retreat, to where the curtain waits to rise. The laugh, with no beginning, now sends forth the call. Thank you, you cryptic-ass clown. The world is an impenetrable haze of warm pain. You lie motionless. No, you rest. In the murky gloom, slowly dissolving into nothingness. Sometimes your repose is troubled by unpleasant and persistent tremors coming from the place where your legs used to be. You do your best to ignore them. Away, you vulture. This is not your prey. A vaguely familiar voice reaches you through the curtain of darkness, but your disobedient thoughts refuse to reveal where and when you have heard it before. Was it just recently or 100 lifetimes ago? The trembling coming from your legs is replaced with a violent jerking motion, and then it finally stops. From this phantasmagoria retreat and deftly sieve, my merchant vagabond, the puppet master's strings left dangling, again rise up to take your place and dance. A spark ignites in the darkness, and its light ruthlessly cuts through the gloom that envelops you. An ugly image of the reality around you assaults your retina. You can feel your body again and realize it is filled with pain. Your shoulder is sore from an injection. Help! Quiet laughter reaches your ears. Your legs require direction, merchant mine. Therefore address your pleas to them, not me. Their thirst for dancing may yet spur them on. Okay, let's try. Hey. You immediately regret this decision. Every inch of your body is suffering. There is a dull, debilitating pain in your head caused by chemicals of some kind. Your body is covered in deep cuts made either for fun or with sinister intent. All of your organs appear to be intact, but the same cannot be said for your blood. You have lost a great deal. Finally, a strange gnawing spasm occasionally flares at the base of your skull. It is not severe, but for some reason, it is what concerns you most of all. All your equipment is gone, as are your shoes. You do not even have a knife at hand to fend off enemies, or to open your veins. Look around. You are surrounded by the dead. Numerous corpses, mutilated bodies, and pieces thereof. Humans, Drukhari, and other Xenos unfamiliar to you lie motionless in this gruesome mortuary. Look at your rescuer. Your eyes refuse to focus on the blurry figure of the person. The Harlequins are cool. I'd say they're the most interesting of the Eldari. Because, like, the Dark Eldar are just... I mean, they're the worst. They're just, hey, I'd like to turn you into a chair. You may kill me, but you'll never break my spirit. Who said anything about killing you? I said I'm going to turn you into a chair. He appears to be tall, and your mind emphatically refuses to continue, for every moment of concentration causes you suffering. Dino elves with laser guns. Dream obscure of death, deliverance, illuminating will, and agony. Where am I? My companions, where are they? I think I'm gonna end stream there. I'd keep going, but my voice is fucking killing me. I think I'm starting to get a sore throat or something. I don't know. yeah, thanks for hanging out. If you're just interested in 40k stuff, I'll probably be back at Rogue Trader on Friday. I'm taking Wednesday to try and play this weird other game called like Kill Knight or something. I'm trying to make Wednesdays just a day to like play weird indie games. As if Rogue Trader isn't an indie game, but semantics. But yeah, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night, everybody.